Hello. Get rolling in 1 sec. Give me a sec. I don't know what the hell we're supposed to do today. So I figured maybe POE is in some sort of line to play. What we're going to do in POE, I have no idea. But hello, friends. I get this webcam rolling. Yeah, I don't know. I figure maybe it's fine to sit and talk POE and maybe discuss thing. I don't know, dude. I'm at a loss, dude. There ain't shit to do until tomorrow, you know? Fix this webcam. Hello. What is up, homies? Maybe just do some like ultimatum. D Russ, find a different way to level besides Peacock. That's what tomorrow is. No, that's what Friday is. This is the biggest rework since the Atlas. It's probably gonna be pretty big. I can see it being pretty big. I can see it being pretty big. I think I'm overall excited for what's coming. I mean, there are definitely things that like I'm not excited about. Scattering reports gone. Harvey, Horizon Orbs, map tiers. We're getting a massive rework. I see. This is what I was saying yesterday, and people told me I was like fucking stupid. I was like, you know, when like you're getting information or people care enough to make podcasts and stuff like that, that good stuff is coming. Why so little teasers? It would give too much away. What are my hype levels at? It would be a lot higher tomorrow. They're pretty tame, right? I would say they're pretty tame right now. I would definitely say come tomorrow, it'd be a lot higher. What if they already prepped it with the expansion? I wonder if it's less about them prepping it and more about, like, hearing the community cry and, like, needing some sort of answer. Do you think it's a little anti-up? I said yesterday that my hype levels are very medium because of, like, everything, and I got told I was an asshole. You know? POE 1? What is this? Oh, you already know. Thought you were quitting forever. I mean, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do today. I'm not doing practice runs. If I do anything, it's to sit in ultimatum and talk to people while doing a million other things. Did I quit Arc Raiders? Forever. Yes, sir. Forever and ever. No. I was thinking I would do Arc Raiders tomorrow morning to just kill time until the POE reveal. But who the hell honestly knows? You know? I'm not even sure what I want to do today. Atlas gone, all mechanics removed. We just spam run dunes for ground loot. I would honestly not be surprised if it's pick your own map. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a pick your own map kind of thing. So div cards are coming? Why? Wait. What makes you think div cards are coming? The quality of life backported? Wait, but what's backported? What if it's not? What if it's a 4.0 and they just haven't told us yet?
Check in with me when you have a moment.
I think 4.0 is ExileCon worthy, which is the end of the Zana story. I don't know if 4.0 will be that. Ah, look, a free divine. Oh, I have, like, no currency to do anything. Cat, what do you want? I have 7 maps to attempt to make currency. My cat's being a huge pain in the ass already. Because Anti-Valor robbed us. What the hell did he do? I just tried the WASD move and realized I can't do that. The Sceptercraft. I don't even remember what map I was doing. You guys remember what map we were farming? Cat, please. I know you want pets, but like you had all morning. It's always dunes. What I really want to know is what makes people think that it's a Harbinger rework. Like I don't understand where the theory that it's a Harbinger rework is coming from. Cat, leave me the fuck alone. The orbs being gone, but the orbs don't. What does that have to do with a rework, though? Half the value of the currency shards. Good morning. Hello. Ew, POE1. I'm going to put my head through a goddamn monitor. First, you motherfuckers say ew D2. Then I do a different game. You say ew that. Now I do this. You say ew that. I swear to God. How do you breach head? You just put whatever the new material is that they didn't leak. Cat, you've gotten 1,000 pets. Go away. Stop. Harbies are associated with time. This is a time league as the Mariketh. This would be a good chance to make them more accurate with Mariketh aesthetic. It's not a bad idea. Because they'll have synth items.
Burrito, taco, taco, burrito, taco, taco, taco. Don't think just because I got a lot of money, I'll give you taco flavored kisses, honey.
That's so funny. I just tried to press M to map and my loot key to loot. Muscle memory of a good game. Well, every other game that I seem to play uses fucking M for map except this one. Abandon wealth. Why is this not working? What are we doing here? Are they adding more quality of life? They're adding stuff. God only knows how much of it's going to actually be good or not. Because I was in the office. It's okay. You didn't miss much. Just a little bit. The new update's sweet. Ellie looks great. They're doing a whole new loot filter thing too for Last Epoch, which looks awesome. I'm pretty excited about that too. Why is this crashing on me? There was the Dreamcore video yesterday any good, by the way? Did you guys happen to watch it? Are digging around with Karina made you want to go branding? Hello. It is good. Do you think it's worth watching? Is that the link to his video? Is any of those inscribed stuff good? I mean, they're always good. Why would they not be good? Ultimatum's just giga free money. What do they give? I've never done them. They give a reward. So if you see here, it says like protect the altars, sacrifice this, give that. What you do is you stack up a bunch of these and then they have a more monster life multiplier on them. And then what you do is you take a bunch of the ones with more monster multiplier or more monster life multiplier and you take the ones that are the same value. So you take like this one's 30%, right? And then there's like some 70%ers and then there's like 120%er one. And what you do is you take all the ones that have more monster life of the same value and then you 5-to-1 them at the vendor and you go fishing for divine orbs. And you'll get inscribed ultimatums that'll be like, do this, sacrifice 1 div, get a second div. Or do this, sacrifice 4 divs, get 8 divs back. So it just becomes this like really interesting gambling mechanic where you fish for divine reward drops. You re-downloaded WoW? Isn't there a WoW expansion tomorrow? You should just be a random build to play on board, EverQuest. I mean, are we looking for a POE 1 build, a POE 2 build? What are we looking for here? Hi, hello. You're looking for a POE 1 build? Have you done the cast and stun stuff yet? I'm gonna pull up the video that Dreamcore did. We can take a look at that. They're gonna test POE 2 endgame this season. I mean, that's all they've been doing is testing POE 2 endgame. Everything they've done up until this point is to test POE 2, without a doubt. I think that's all. I think that's all POE 1 is a testing ground. Early access is tomorrow. It starts next week for most people. Oh! That's kind of cool. I haven't really played World of Warcraft in forever. I never, like, get the itch to go back to Classic WoW. I constantly go back to EverQuest, though. Like, EverQuest has been the game that I, like, constantly go back to. I mean, there's definitely an Atlas rework coming. Whether it's towers or whether it's choose your own map, there's definitely some sort of Atlas rework coming tomorrow, without a doubt. I mean, coming without a doubt, right?
Hello guys, and welcome to this rather impromptu video here tonight, because GGG have just released a pretty large video where they're kind of going over a bunch of quality of life teasers. In the past they've done these in lots of different videos across 2 weeks or so before the league actually launches. This time they're just doing it all in one video, and it's a 3-minute long video here, and there's actually a lot of really good quality of life changes in here.
I haven't played WoW in 8 years, but I just felt like this is the time. I mean, with nothing else to do, right? I mean, fuck it. You know? It doesn't hurt to explore other games. So, I'm all for it, man. You know, kill some time, play a game for a week, have a good time, you know? Then the week after you got POE and you go from there. It's good, you know. Variety's good, man. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. It makes you appreciate everything a little bit more.
For example, one thing that I think is great is this change.
Also, let me know if this is too loud, by the way. I don't know if this is too loud.
Here where they're making it so divination cards can now be just control clicked, and it immediately turns into the reward that you get from a full stack. Then you can control click another one right after, and then it will just, you know, swap the reward straight into your inventory and change the new stack straight into the window there to obtain the next reward. So a lot less clicks there. However, in this,
I think the div card change is really good. I don't disagree with you. What is this? Oh no, ignore that. Yeah, I think the div card change is really, really, really good. Why did that one div card one take so long? Because there was no reason for them to do it until other games and stuff forced them to have to do it. I think that's a lot of what it is. I think a lot of their motivation to do things is having their hand pulled or pushed by something else. Why do things before being forced? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. There was just no motivation or no reason for them to do anything, because people were just so willing to accept what it was. Because, like, you know, we've said this you've probably never, I don't know if you've heard me say this, but, like, people were so used to the millions of tiny paper cuts that GGG kept doing to them that, like, they were just willing to accept the bullshit because, like, there was no reason for GGG to do anything else. And the streamers took 20 days. Did it really take them 20 days to do that? That's crazy. That's kind of wild to think about. I think POE innovating would be way more fun. Maybe. Yo, thanks for the follow. What's up, man? It didn't take 20 days. I know it took them a while. I just don't know how long it took them. All right, don't hit me. I gotta pee already. My bladder's full. I'm sorry. What the hell is this? This, up in this. All right, give me a second. I gotta pee. All right, sorry about that. I had to pee. Ziz said he doesn't want much more added to the core game in his video. What do you mean? Like what does he not want added? Like, what is... Before I give any kind of opinion on that, what do you mean he doesn't want more stuff added to the core game? Like new mechanics stuff or like something else? Like, what are we trying to avoid adding to the base game now? You know, I was going to say, I don't think it's a bad idea for GGG. And like, maybe this is a hot take, but what if instead of just constantly adding new stuff to the core game, they rotated out core game mechanics? You know what I mean? Like, what if maybe he's losing faith in the dev design? Nah. He's a purist, man. He'll never lose faith. So no more, just leave it alone? What if instead of just constantly adding stuff to the base game, they, like, rotated out things? Could that ever be an option? Like, what if this league, we had, like, 5 leagues rotate with 5 different leagues? Fuck that. They won't do that because if you rotate out something a person loves, they won't play. They're going to play. Bro, I don't know if you knew this, but these POE crackheads, they're going to play no matter what, dude. The only reason they're not going to play is if FubGun tells them to not play. They're so fucking degenerate, dude. FubGun will tell them not to play. They'll pretend they quit, and then they'll still secretly log on and hope their boys won't fucking see them secretly playing because they're fucking addicts who hate to play. It's Dead by Daylight fucking lunatics all over again, brother. You just change your atlas to exclude that content? Yeah, but then they don't need to worry about, like, I don't know, the game breaking everything. I don't know, dude. I mean, you're not wrong. That's what the whole point of the atlas is, right? I don't think leaving mercenaries in is a bad idea. I think mercenaries in is fine. I don't know, dude. I originally loved the idea of mercenaries. I don't know why people are, like, so weirdly against the idea of mercenaries. Ziz is cooked. Wait, why cooked? I thought mercenaries were so cool. You hate the idea of mercenaries? Why? I don't want to gear, not me. But they are you. They're an extension of you. What do you mean? You're against Doriani prototype on Mercs. But why against Doriani? Because you felt compelled to have to do it because it was strong? Couldn't you just fucking, I don't know, do anything else and not get FOMO'd? Sup? Hello? In Harvest, no annoyance or card gambling? Who would play? I think you make a great point. I don't have to gear yourself for every league for every build. It's not my play fantasy. I mean, just don't use a Merc every league, right? It was unbalanced strong. I think it warps the top end of builds too much. How does it warp the top end of builds too much? I mean, you don't have to play that build. You don't have to do that. What are you competing against? It's a PvE game. You're not competing against anybody or anything. You're like the warped fantasy that you have to play this because of some weird notion of competition is like self-imposed. Like, who are you competing against? The div per hour, but if they're competing against div per hour, they sit in their hideout because that's what they know how to do. I know from talking to Fairy 1,000 times over that they would just sit in their hideout if they wanted currency, that they wouldn't play the game. Because that's all they know how to do every single league. That's like literally all they know how to do. I'm not saying there's anything bad or wrong with that, but that's just like what I know them to do. Like, I know if I'm going to sit there and talk to Fairy, they're going to be very excited over some item they or their team made that they're going to want to brag and talk about. So, I mean, like, the notion that Doriani warped the idea of the top end builds, what is it warping if, like, there's nothing, like, what are you so concerned about? What, like, you know, it's you versus the monster. You're not competing for currency, and even if you were competing for currency, would playing some warped Doriani build or not playing it literally ever slow you down? Like, be honest with me. Do you really think that if you don't play a Doriani build or didn't play a Doriani build in Mercenaries League, you would have been behind, that you can't figure out a way to make currency and be competitive? You know, like, this is all just some weird fucking strange notion of like your own, you know, your own world, right? And the notion is literally just based on what other people have, like, imprinted into your brain to do. Like, are you really going to tell me that, like, you're a fucking victim to the masses and you don't know how to, like, stand up for yourself and figure shit out? Can you imagine? I mean, what's there to imagine? It'd be cool as fuck. You would play it, you would get bored, and you would move to the next thing. Right? Like, you would play it, it would be awesome, and then you would get bored and go to the next thing. Not want Doriani and other shit? He's alive? He's alive for like 2 hours until he gets bored and fucks off again until the next league. But yes, to what they're saying, yes, Doriani didn't, the chieftain didn't give a fuck. Ahoy, hello. Bill's just gonna get bored and just fuck off again. This is what he does. Level 95 Traveler kills him. I don't know how the fuck you haven't done that yet. You didn't need Doriani's for everything? It's true, you didn't. It's people's crazy idea that they needed it for everything. The whole Doriani thing is people forcing themselves to believe they needed Doriani. Not enough Ember to get my damage up. You're... sure. How you're playing SSF for like 2 weeks and haven't killed Traveler 7 blows my mind. You're missing dex rolls, according to Julian. Yeah, because you fucking jerk off too much instead of upgrading your gear properly. Just sit down, focus, and kill it. To be fair, it's been a great break from POE so far. Nothing wrong with playing other games, man. I mean, this is the first day I've turned POE on in like a month and a half, 2 months. I'm not even actively playing. I'm literally like just doing it to fucking XCD people in the chatting, and it's working. So, it's just getting people talking. You know? But yeah, I don't know, man. I thought Mercs were really good. I thought they brought a lot of, like, really cool things to the table. What you're saying is that Arc Raiders is dead. What? No, I just didn't want to play Arc Raiders on stream. I realized yesterday that playing it on stream was a lot of fun, and I just haven't figured out how to make it super entertaining yet without, like, just going off and giga blasting every nerd that I find. So I was just like, I'll do that later. I really like the Arc update a lot. I think the Arc Raiders update's fucking insane. I think it's really, 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 really good. I messaged Barricade right before his Discord got hacked and asked him if he wanted to do some stuff on the reset. And he never got back to me, and I think that's a lot of it has to do with his Discord getting hacked. So, Wolfpack's costing drivers sucks. I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world. Just get fucking 10 Seeker grenades, blow up the thing, and you're fine. He's addicted to D2? I'm not even playing D2. He no longer uses that Discord account. Oh, I should probably figure out his new one and message him on that then to, like, set up a data blast. Because since the last time I played with Barricade, I've gone from being passive to giga fucking aggressive. Like, well, the duo that I play with is way more aggressive than I am. I have to constantly remind them that maybe we should leave. The duo I play with is always like, yo, but we can go get more loot. And I'm like, bro, we have so much. Everybody is showing up. Yeah, this is why I turned it on. It's a great way to bait people to show up. To do, literally, to sit here and do nothing. Yeah, the duo I play with's a little greedy. It's so funny. We were playing a match yesterday, and we killed a team. I picked up a Torrente. We killed a team. They were down, and we were no fucking health, no shields, gear broken, out of ammo, and they were like, "Bro, there's greater flares in the sky. We can go get more loot." And I'm like, "Yo, we have nothing." And they open their inventory, and like you hear in the Discord call, they were like, "Huh, we are out of everything, aren't we?" And I'm like, "Huh, no shit." What do you mean? Song is planned, nothing else to do but talk shit. Bro, if only you knew. Thought I was playing Souls? What do you mean? Think I'll give TLIs try next season? Hell yeah, dude, do it. Dude, it's super fucking fun. You have a recommendation for content creators in the TLI space? Don the Crown's pretty good. Shady Broker's pretty good. Mia's got some interesting stuff that's pretty good. There's a couple of the NA guys. A couple of the NA guys are really good. What if maps are gone? I don't think maps are gone per se. I think they're just redesigned. TLI would be the best if you remove pack spirits. Why? No, I think pack spirits are pretty sweet. He'll have nothing I want to chase flares. Oh yeah, the guy I play with is the same way. I think, dude, I think maps are just becoming waystones from POE 2. And I know people probably don't want to hear that, but I'm pretty sure maps are just becoming waystones. Min-max is pretty good. Its ADR is really good. I like Kithik a lot. Kithik taught me some really good stuff. The 1-16 is just nonsense now. 07 POE 1. Just make them scale to 100. Oh, like every other game? That's not a bad idea. Just making the content scale with your character and the level that your character's at. That's actually not a bad idea at all. I kind of really like that idea, to be honest with you. Like, you just go into a zone and it's just like X amount of levels over you. Let us choose the layout. I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to let you just choose what map you want to run. I think the Atlas is just going to be this like blank slate, and you still have to clear all the maps, so you'll have to like purposely choose all the maps. And the maps will still, I think, be tiered. I really think you're still going to have tiers of maps. Like, you're going to have tier 1 map, tier 2 map, tier 3 map, but you're just going to choose which map in the tier you want to do. I mean, I also hate the Atlas completion. I think it's fucking trash, too. Think we'll still have 100 maps with this idea of going up? Oh, you think we'll just get, like... But no, that wouldn't... If that's the case, it wouldn't explain... It wouldn't explain the Horizon orbs and stuff being gone, because then how do you do all the Shaper maps, right? Like, I assume that you're just going to get... You're going to drop a stone that's going to say Shaper, and then you pick which one of the 4 Guardians you want to do. You know what I mean? Planning to go straight to Blighted. But scouting reports and the currency have also vanished. That's what I'm saying, yeah. Is it a blank slate because Lana burned it all? I have no... maybe. But I think they're just going to give us, like, whatever, like, waystones, right? Yes, Horizon orbs are gone. Scouting reports are gone. What? What is what? This. Scouting reports? Are beasts gonna be money? What? But you, what? Just because scouting reports are gone doesn't mean that, like, what? Were Harbinger orbs gone? They were. Where is this video from? The literal video yesterday. They were a quick way to harvest beasts. You don't even know if synthesis is staying in. Seems like a hell of a lot of rework for a league that doesn't have Atlas in the name. Why does Atlas need to be in the name for it to be an Atlas rework league? What does that have to do with anything? How do you know those things are gone? Because they showed a video yesterday, and they showed quality of life changes, and then they showed the... Actually, it's probably in this video. Hold on.
This video,
let's just reconvene in 8 minutes.
there's some stuff hidden, and I kind of want to cover that in this video here. So the hidden stuff there is in regards to this window right here, the currency exchange window. And there are 3 things in particular missing from here. So firstly, over here we've got this kind of left panel here, which is different tabs that you can choose to, you know, search for various things like dough and scarabs, things like that. There is a window missing from this, which is scouting reports. It's completely gone on this window, and this is presumably, you know, recording of them playing on the new patch. So scouting reports appears to be gone from the tab window here on the side of the currency exchange. And then over on the main window, this is the window with all of the currency items in a big box here, and there are 2 currency items missing. Harbinger orbs are gone from this list, as are orbs of Horizon. So this may have major implications for the upcoming League, patch 3.28 Mirage, because these 3 items, or I should say scouting reports as a set of items, and then the 2 currency orbs,
They
the
could be
Harbinger
untradeable,
orb and
yeah.
the Orb of Horizon, they're all related in the way that they all kind of correspond to map tiers. So for example, the Harbinger orb has 2 uses. Firstly, the main use is that you can actually use it on a map tier, and then it will change it into a new map of the next tier, and it will sometimes create a beachhead
It's
map.
rigged with
That's kind of the
explosives?
extra use there. And then an Orb of Horizon is a basic currency item that is used to reforge a map as another map of the same tier, and it has to be a natural map of that tier. It can't be, you know, as part of what the Watchstone has upgraded the tier. It must be a natural map of that tier. And then, of course, there's scouting reports, which are items that are used to re-roll Kirax missions. And Kirax missions are also all about map tiers, where you have 3 different missions: white missions, yellow missions, red missions, that correspond with the difficulty of maps. You know, white maps running through 1 to 5, yellow maps 6 to 10, and then red maps 11 to 16. And you can use scouting reports to re-roll those missions so that you can, you know, cycle through them and try to find a mission that you want to actually run. Now, these 3 things being gone in Path of Exile 3.28 is potentially a massive change incoming in regards to not just maps, but general Atlas progression. So, of these 3 things, I would say the most crucial one there, of it being removed, is the Orb of Horizon, which is just the most basic kind of...
Also, a lot of voice lines in the game. Hold on, there's something really weird is playing outside. That was so weird. That was so weird. The Expedition 33 soundtrack just started playing, and I thought it was the neighbor outside, and I went to go see what the hell was going on, and then I realized that it was coming from my bedroom, and my Google Home was playing the Expedition 33 soundtrack. Very strange. What video is this? The Dreamcore one. You've Ghost? Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know why that would start playing. You look scared. It was fucking weird, man. Like, why would that, like, why would my fucking Google Home just XDD start playing randomly? It's fucking weird. You know? The fuck was that zoom? I had to get the camera to focus. Fuck you. What were you saying about voice lines? The game, they constantly had voice lines to the game that spoil what's coming in the future. People just choose to ignore it. It's been like that for years now, that there are always voice lines in the game. You play the game muted. I see. But yes, it wouldn't be the first time in the game where there have been voice lines. Anyways, back to the video.
The fundamental currency item when it comes to the Atlas. When you first start playing Path of Exile and you're doing a map completion for the first time, you'll occasionally be using these to re-roll a map of the same tier to be able to try and complete a map that you haven't completed yet. And usually what you're doing is, any new maps that you get, you might be finding them from, just normal drops, but you may also be purchasing them from Kirak. And you'll also be using Orbs of Horizon. And then later on in map progression, once you maybe completed your Atlas, or perhaps you're much further along, and you'll be farming those, Elder maps and Shaper maps and Cirrus Conqueror maps, you'll then be using Orbs of Horizon to re-roll those maps instead. In fact, it was only back in 3.26 that they actually added the Orb of Horizon functionality to allow that currency item to work on Elder Guardian and Cirrus Conqueror maps, because before that, it wouldn't really work on those maps. It did already work on Shaper Guardian maps, but in 3.26 they made it so that you could actually use that currency item, and you can essentially...
What game is this? Path of Exile. What do you mean? It's Path of Exile. Have you never played Path of Exile? What game do you normally play? Do you not play Path of Exile? Path of Exile, bro. Damn, this guy's giving us a guide on Orb of Horizons. Come on, bro. Do you know how many players don't know that item exists? I have seen so many of you guys, maybe not like particularly like some of you guys, but I have seen so many people in the last 24 hours ask me what a Orb of Horizon does and just have no fucking clue what that item does or how to use it. You would be really surprised how many... Yeah, dude, I see it all the time. I like, shit you not, dude. I see it all the time. Players that just have no fucking clue what shit does. I have never heard of this game. This is called Path of Exile. What do you normally play? How did you get... Wait, do you at least play ARPGs? How the hell did you get here? Because streamers don't use it, they buy maps, so their chat does the same. Dum-dums. Not that I'm complaining that there's new people lurking in the stream from the YouTube side of things. Hello, we appreciate you. What do you normally play, bro? You play a lot of SSF, so you're forced to know. Yeah, see, not a lot of people like SSF, though. I don't know. YouTube recommended this shit to me. I don't know, bro. Maybe because your algorithm fucked up. What do you normally play? Or what do you normally watch? How the fuck do I know? I don't know who you are. You don't know who the fuck I am. Fuck YouTube, man. I don't know your algorithm. You click shit. How the fuck I get here? I don't know. It's like the guy who fucking says he doesn't fucking click the tits on Instagram. I don't know why my feed's full of fucking tits. Because you click the goddamn tits. Rip my ears. You guys know better. I don't play nothing, man. You don't play video games? Bro, we gotta fix that shit right up, bro. How you not play no video games? What do you do in your spare time? Bro got rage baited. I'm done. What? This guy's, it's very clear. This guy's definitely never been here before. He goons? We all goon. What does this do? Oh, thanks for the sub. That's Balefire? That is Balefire. To be on YouTube in my free time? Well, to do what though? Like, what do you do in your free time? Good looking out for YouTube recommending me to strangers, though. Hello, stranger. Welcome on in. Where you too can be just as bored. I mean, not bored. He may have just gained unfettered. What if it's, yeah, like, it's like he logged into his parents' account and mom and dad don't know, and maybe mom and dad watch YouTube. Or maybe this guy watches a lot of Burnt Peanut, and I also watch a lot of Burnt Peanut on YouTube. So YouTube's like, this guy likes Burnt Peanut, you like Burnt Peanut, you guys can be friends. It's Blue Venom's third account? God, could you fucking imagine? Like, that's why I'm here? Hey, man, as long as you're having a good time, fucking sit back, put your feet up, fucking kick it. You know what I mean, bro? Did we finish chapter 5? No, I haven't had a chance. No siree. Are we gonna try to finish it before POE? Well, Resident Evil is this week, and I really want to play Resident Evil. So I'm like in this like really awkward position where like I still have to buy Resident Evil. So, I would like to. I really would. I would definitely like to. 2 seconds in? What do you mean 2 seconds in? You have to kill Trevor before next week? You just have to get to 8 and anybody can blow it up for you. I have a question. What's up? Fuck yeah, I'm having a good time even though I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Hell yeah, you having a good time? Log in, baby! Are you writing off your game buys for your streaming business? I do a lot of things, yes. You should come, people come pixels from what? It's POE time, let's go, baby. Woohoo. Man, there's totem mobs on Act 6. Oh, Tota could be coming back. Maybe that's what that is. Ooh. Can I try it down myself? Or have somebody blow it up for me? The only thing I'll say, Ginger, is just make sure that regardless of anything, you have somebody do it by next week. Before you quit. You know what I mean? Like, even if you just, like, swallow your pride and have somebody kill it. I thought Tota was a lot of fun. I thought playing fucking League of Legends inside of Path of Exile was sweet. POE shit leading up to League? But what's there to do? There's like nothing to do. I have a question. Are you going to stream the stream tomorrow so we can watch your reaction? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, ma'am. I'm actually prepping and planning on how to do 18 things at the same time, including playing the stream while watching the stream and doing the thing. I'm tired of people saying TLI is better than POE. Don't you say that too, Mr. Teach Me How to Do Everything? Oh, Elsie, I gotta send you a DM. This is the funniest shit. I gotta hide my screen first. Hold on. I can't leak the juice.
Re-roll the
Fuck!
Guardian or the Conqueror of those maps so that you can get the fragment that you need to be able to run the boss. That was particularly good for SSF, for example. But if Orbs of Horizon are suddenly gone, what does that mean for those maps, right? What does that mean for Shaper Guardian maps? What does it mean for Elder Guardian and Conqueror maps? We're not too sure just yet. At the same time, you could say the same thing for scouting reports. Scouting reports are a big deal in current Path of Exile. They kind of fulfill a similar role there, where you can kind of re-roll things and target farm different maps from Kirak, especially the memory type maps that they added, where they had like the memory strands on the Atlas, and then obviously that whole system moved to Kirak. So now you can re-roll Kirak's maps, and occasionally you can get those memory maps, which are very, very powerful. For example, the one of Einhar's Harvest Beast, that one's really, really good, and there's a few others there that you want to kind of target farm, and you use scouting reports there to actually obtain those. Well, if scouting reports are gone, what does that mean for Kirak missions? What does that mean for farming Kirak missions? Are Kirak missions even still going to be there? Well, one thing that I will say about Kirak is that we actually had that original teaser for 3.28 way back when they actually discussed the upcoming date to confirm when the date is going to be. We had this little kind of teaser image for 3.28, and it was the entrance for the Karui Shores. And of course, we know that that's where Kirak's base of operations is, and he's rigged the whole place with explosives, and we know that he's done that just in case anything actually comes into our world, you know, through the Atlas, that he's going to kind of rig the place and blow the whole thing up. So perhaps something is going to happen with Kirak to kind of set the stage for this new expansion, who knows? And the other thing to discuss, of course, is Tier 17 maps, because that's been a big topic of this patch, especially. We had the Q&A from last league there from 3.27.
It may come to your surprise, but you actually don't need to spend money in TLI to have a good time. You can play it free to play and just kill mobs and have a good time. As crazy as that, as fucking crazy as that sounds, brother. They did this league, yeah. They definitely did. Very surprising. But it could be much better, in my opinion. I mean, every game could be much better. There are a lot of things a lot of games do really shitty. This is the current league. Yes, the current league mechanic is free-to-play friendly. And there's also a bunch of... Some of the best strats this league were actually free-to-play strats. Like, one of the best profound farming and tier 8 farming was like a free-to-play thing. This iteration just doesn't do it for me. Reasonable. Yeah, no, it's like literally God chest farming this league, being a free-to-play strat was like one of the best things you could be doing. It's disgusting how good like I have tier 6 pets and I was still doing God chest farming the free-to-play strat because it was so good. And then eventually, obviously, you get bored. But yeah, it was great. It was great. The strat was so good, LC in POE terms, it was like making like 50 to 75 divs an hour. And like pay to play strats would be like 75 to 100. You were doubling your income. I was also doing like the most aggressive like gamble strat though, right? you guys just didn't see the maps where I went like, there was a day where I went like 90 maps dry. Like, can you, like, and the only reason I was able to do 90 maps dry is because I like sustain. Oh no, there was a streak off stream for like 3 hours on a weekend where it was just so dry that I was talking to another guy who was doing it, and I was like, did they shadow nerf it? And it was a wild ride. Wild ride. Wild ride. Wild ride.
Where there was a lot of discussion on tier 17s. Perhaps they're going to try and find a way to incorporate tier 17s into more kind of standardized progression, because as of right now, tier 17s and tier 16.5s, they feel very different to the rest of mapping. They kind of feel very...
To be fair, tier 17s, like, I don't know, I think tier 16s and 17s are fine, but they don't feel unique enough to want to run. I definitely think they need to be reworked in some sense, where maybe I might be the only person who thinks this, but like, I really want the game to push us to have to do 17s. 17s suck. I mean, yeah, sure, the layouts could definitely be better, but I want the game to push us to have to do them, because like, I don't know, I feel like after playing so many other games recently that the idea that the best content you can do is doing lesser tier content feels kind of shit. So, I mean, like, I'm all for the rework. I don't think they know what, I don't think they have any fucking clue either. Yeah, I don't think they fucking have any clue what they want either. Just tell me what you want. It's not that easy. The problem is like, we said this yesterday, and I think it's very fitting for right now. The problem is players are very good at identifying what they don't like, but they're very bad at identifying how to fix it. Like, I have no idea how to make 17s better. I know I want to do 17s. I would say Profound would probably be 16.5s. Yeah, absolutely. And 17s would be Deep Space. What came first, tier 17s or Deep Space? Serious question. Because I'm wondering if tier 17s literally strike me as they stole the idea. Like, it's very clear that one stole the idea from the other, whether it's Deep Space came first or Deep Space stole it. Deep Space came first, because it's if you've played Torchlight, it's very obvious. If you look at Deep Space and then you look at tier 17 maps, they're literally the same fucking thing. It was reworked after 17s came out. Was it reworked to be like POE 17s, or was it reworked to be what it is? Like, was it, like, how was it reworked? The action speed mod and the deal no damage for 3 seconds have no place being in POE. It's true. I think those are terrible. They made it 5 static maps. Oh. It's interesting how, like, Deep Space is fine, right? It's really interesting to me how like Deep Space as a concept in TLI being this like tier 17 style map with force modifiers that require you to get immunities is just like acceptable and fine. And I wonder if 17s would be more accepted if the mods weren't so brutal. Right? Like, because Ginger makes the point a minute ago of like the deal no damage has no place in the game and the action speed one. I wonder if they just removed some of the brutal ones. If it would be better. Hello. How do you make challenging content where builds evolve into one-button screen-wide nonsense? I don't know. How does Torchlight do it? Because Torchlight does it. Torchlight does it fine. And I'm not trying to stick up for Torchlight here by any means, but they're tier 17. Like, you think it does it terribly? How? You haven't done it. What do you mean? To my knowledge, you haven't done it. You have no idea what kills you? You absolutely know what kills you. The game tells you what kills you. Talking about combat? You just said, wait, you said the issue is how do you make challenging content in a game where builds evolve into one button? And I said, but Torchlight does it, and now you're talking about its combat. Are we talking about the difficulty, or are we talking about the combat here? Because we're having two separate different conversations. You can't just say that difficulty scaling, blah, 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 and then be like, oh, but the combat feels floaty and bad. They literally make the content, like, scale. You actively need a real build, regardless that it devolves into one button. You can't just go into 17s with, like in POE, you can go into 17s with no gear, no nothing, and blow it up. You can't do that in Torchlight, though. You brought up TLI? Yes, because we were talking about difficulty, and then you said the combat feels bad. And then I asked if you've done the endgame stuff, and you said that the combat felt bad. Regardless of if the game feels mobily or not, regardless of the combat to you feels good or not, the game scales difficulty in a way that forces the player to have to get new gear and new equipment. And my point, going back to the original where the conversation started, is how is it that that game figured out a way to make combat so drastically difficult, but PoE can't do it? You know? Like, they've added so many layers and levels of, like power, right? Like, even this league alone added, like, crucible scaling levels of power. You brought up the comment at... No, I didn't! You did! This is the second time in 2 days you say some shit, and I say it back, and you say I did it! I said this! You said this! And I said, what about it? You've never done it! And then you said the combat! It was like literally the other day we had this problem. Hold on. Somebody screenshotted it and they use it against me every day. Hold on. Wait. I'm scrolling back through my DMs right now because this guy breaks my fucking balls about it. Where'd he do it? This. Same thing. I called you out on this and you said, I never said that. Same thing. Are you having like a midlife crisis where we're forgetting things now, brother? When they blanket nerfed a lot of supports to counter the power bloom. Ban me? I'm just saying, you brought up the combat. It is scaling difficulty, or is it the combat? Because POE and PO2's combat is much better than TLI, because I feel like we're mixing definitions here. We're talking about the difficulty scaling, not the combat at all, right? Like, the idea that 17s... So, like, the conversation is 17s in themselves are terrible, whether it be because the mods are really bad or this or that, right? That game figured out a way to make combat so drastically... Yeah, combat as in, like, the scaling. Like, as in the scaling of difficulty. Yes, like, as in the scaling of difficulty combat. Like, you just fucking blow shit up combat. I see where the disconnect is. We need mods back on immunities. I don't think immunities are the fucking right answer here. Yeah, so the question becomes is like, how does TLI do it where POE can't figure it out? Because TLI added a whole new source of power this league with like Crucible level crafting where you slam 2 uniques into one and the content is still insanely difficult. Shit. Because they're hamstrung by their version. You might see some shit. I gotta hide the screen for a second. I don't think GGG's bad by any means. If you hear random music playing, you don't. If you hear random shit in a second, you don't. Just ignore anything that you think you're possibly gonna hear in a second. Do. It's pretty obvious they're struggling. They should literally just... I said this yesterday and people yelled at me. If they're struggling to develop 2 games, finish one and then work on the other one. I think what they should do is I think they should nix the engine for PoE 1 and just take all of PoE 1 and rebuild it into PoE 2. They're not going to, but could you imagine how much better PoE 1 would be if they put it on the PoE 2 engine and just had all these problems and solutions that they could figure out with a better engine that, I don't know, still seems to crash in PoE 2 every 4 fucking seconds? I thought they never built a new engine. Isn't that how PoE 2 works? Hey, yo, what up, bro? Hey, yo, what up, bro? Didn't they rewrite the code from everything from the ground up? Am I crazy here? I could be wrong here. It's the same engine. It's modular. Then what the fuck was the point of recreating a new game? That's why chisels were dropping? To make more money? Console money? That's insane. I had no idea. There's no point other than a marketing thing. Holy. I thought they redid everything from the ground up because, like, they couldn't make the changes they wanted to make. That's insane. I had no idea. They wouldn't wait. PoE players are nowhere near dedicated as Diablo 2 players. Nowhere near as dedicated as Diablo 2 players. Animation art skills. A new game sells better than a high def update. Would have deleted PoE 1? I don't think it's 20 times worse. I think PoE 2 does a lot of things better than PoE. Like, there's a lot of things PoE 1 does better than PoE 2, but there's definitely a lot of things that PoE 2 does better than PoE 1. It's personal identity, but it's getting better? Yes. I have 11K hours and 17 in PoE 2. That doesn't matter. They're different games. That was just my opinion. I think your opinion's fine. I think your opinion's fine. You just don't like a completely different game. Reasonable. Perfectly fine. You like the game you like. You don't like the other game. Perfectly fine. Perfectly reasonable. Nothing wrong with that. I was disappointed. I thought I would love it. Happens. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Different course. Why would they want PoE to? It's the same game. I agree. I want it to be 100% different games. I don't disagree with you.
Hey, John.
What is this? This is the lead rigging artist, animation lead rig. Sweet. This guy, like, knows I need stuff to just sit here and do nothing with. What a fucking lad. Andy, I was like, hold on, I got another 20-minute video we can stall on for 4 fucking hours. Hold on, I got you. My biggest issue is having a bad PC and having to play it on 40 FPS. I mean, I could see that definitely being a huge fucking problem. Gotta squeeze the content. I mean, there ain't fucking all else to do, right? Because PoE 1's a completely different game when it was released.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. This is our second Path of Exile Build of the Week video, which focuses on an interesting character that one of our players has submitted to us. In this week's news, we unveiled the first screenshot of Act 3's town and posted its music on the audio section of our site. We also released some snippets of voice acting that we've been working on. Feel free to check them out at pathofexile.com. The character that I'm showing today is Zril's witch called Liraz. I'm sorry if I got the pronunciation wrong. This character caught my eye because it's a pretty successful attempt at creating a melee witch using a few interesting synergies. He's primarily using 2 combat skills, Elemental Hit for fighting single targets, and Cleave for multiple targets. Let's first examine his passive skills. This is the current version of Path of Exile's passive skill tree. It currently has around 1300 to 1400 nodes, which support a large degree of character customization. Each character starts at different locations, with a witch starting here. The most important passive that he chose first is this keystone called Eldritch Battery, which converts all of his energy shield to mana. You may wonder why this is a good idea, considering his character is designed for close quarters melee combat, where the energy shield would be useful, but the additional mana allows him to use several auras that increase his lethality and survivability. Most of his passive allocation occurs closer to the Templar starting area. In addition to picking up elemental damage passives, he grabbed a large number of defensive combat skills. This choice of Inner Force is interesting.
This just shows that, like, PoE 2 can be bad and eventually become great, right? Because, like, every game starts fucking terrible. Skip to combat? It's 5-minute video. We're not skipping.
Because it boosts
I got
the
shit to do.
auras that he uses.
I gotta stall.
One thing that I find fascinating about this character's itemization.
I'm
is
trying
that
to
he
do
uses
shit.
Many different rarities for different purposes. Their boots and belt
Look at that gear.
are magic, allowing them to stack different stats that they want, in this case life. They also have a good set of melee rares, and of course
That weapon, you're telling me that weapon's been in the game? Regen per minute? Is that what it said? That's so bad. This is the point that Guitaraholic's making. This is literally, you guys are witnessing it in real time, the point that Guitaraholic was trying to make. I think he did say melee res. I think he did. Design manifesto to know where we're going. The problem is that they make things like that, then you have crazies who read it and, like, fucking demand they stick to the things they say, instead of, like, giving them the ability to, like, say, like, look, this is where we're considering going, this is what we might do, you know, and then fucking crazies force their hand on, like, lunatic shit.
they also have a good set of melee rares.
A good set of melee res. So has this item just been in the game since the dawn of time and never changed? No, it's different. No, it's not. Is it different? I don't fucking actually know what EE does. It's changed. It's bad. It changed. It does damage per energy shield, right? Like, that's the change? ES based on energy shield now? Oh.
And of course specific uniques that define the build that they want. The unique weapon they are using here is Ephemeral Edge, which has 3 useful properties for them. Mana Leech, a big boost to critical strike chance, and a 48% increase to their overall energy shield. This energy shield boost is entirely turned into mana because of the Eldritch Battery keystone that they chose. They're also using Vol's Protector, a unique armor which grants them a power charge whenever they deal a critical strike. It halves their mana total, but they have plenty to spare. The player's flask choices support this build as well.
Look at how fucked these items were, man. Look, chat, 28% increased resistances. Remember when Flask were good? Do you read? I think Flask would have been fine in PoE 2. I think just people bitching about like having to press buttons is what like I don't know. I think Flask would have been fine in PoE 2. Just people bitching about having to press buttons need to like shut up. Just let us automate. Like you can have Flask, just literally let us automate them. I think Path of Exile, I think one of the biggest things that Path of Exile refuses to let people do is literally automate things. Like, just let people automate things. I know they changed it a month beforehand. No, I know. You do press them a lot more, I agree. There was a crafting engine PoE that turned into salvage mines 1 month. Yeah, I know. I remember seeing the Empyrean video. I remember. Dude, I bet you PoE 2 had the same problem that fucking D2R had, where like they let some of the the original players play, like PoE 1 purist, and they fucking bitched. I bet you that's what happened. Oh, it's my PoE 1 game. It shouldn't be PoE 2. Leave it to no. Or the other way, where they're like, yeah, bring it to PoE 2, PoE 1 better. And they're like, fuck this. New game. And they just, you know. I don't know, man. Hot take, give me the PoE 2 and Abyss and PoE 1. I think that's what they're trying. I think that's like their plan. I think their plan is to eventually turn all of the PoE 1 stuff into, or the PoE 2 stuff into PoE 1. That's why you saw like the Breach rework. Because I'm pretty sure the Breach in PoE 2 is going to turn into Breach from PoE 1. They said they don't want to do that. They say a lot of things, right? Why do you have 2 games? Why do you use your other game to test for your other game? Like, half of what they say doesn't make sense based on what they do. You're right. Why have 2 games? You're right. Why have 2 games if you're gonna do the same shit in both games? But if the argument is why have 2 games, then why do you use the one game to test shit for the other game? That shit don't make sense. Make it make sense. Yo, give us up. What up?
Yo, what up?
Hey, yo, what up, bro? You can't tell me PoE doesn't rework wasn't. Oh, it's 100% designed for PoE 2. 100%. We've been playing PoE 2 and PoE 1 for the last year and change. Hello. Give us the PoE 2 Temple and PoE 1. You currently have it. It's the Alva strat right now. You have it. It's the Alva strat that's going to get nerfed into the moon right now. What game is this? Oh, you know what this is. PoE 2 Temple shouldn't exist? Why not? What's wrong with it? Why shouldn't it exist? They're all migrating and loving it? Not all of them. Not all of them. A lot of them, but not all of them. Now they're bringing the PoE 1s, they bring the animation for PoE 2. Sus. Bro, they're not gonna bring no fucking WASD over. That's a scam. They would have done it already. Them telling you it's all about rigging is a fucking scam. How are you gonna tell me it's about rigging when a game like Diablo 2 on a fucking Project Diablo 2 mod, a 25-year-old game made from GIFs and sprites, managed to figure out WASD, but fucking POE claims they can't do it? Get the fuck out of here. Who are you lying to? How are you gonna tell me I can load up Project Diablo 2, a 25, 30-year-old game made from GIFs and fucking sprites, and WASD works and looks fine? You can only interact with every 3 maps? No, you just put it on every map. MTX is the problem. Gotta upgrade the MTX first. You know, it's kind of crazy how many people, like, that's like the actual problem. I don't think there's anything wrong with merging the two games. I think that's what they probably should have done. 100%. No, I believe you that that's the problem, is it's MTX. Having one game idea was from the I think the big problem, and like people hate this and don't want to like openly admit it, but I think the big problem is like GGG needs to make a decision. Like, work on one game, make one game. Either make PoE 2 and full throttle PoE 2 and put PoE 1 on life support until you finish it, or back burner PoE 2 and tell people it'll be out when it's out. The biggest problem is they have to make a decision. And lose the income, you have backing from Tencent. They need PoE 1 money. Go to Daddy Tencent. They've been riding the fence. They want to please everybody. I mean, they don't even. They don't want. Dude, bro. After watching some of the shit that recently happened with like content creators and PoE and GGG, like not even enforcing terms of service to tell content creators to not be scumbags to each other. After the whole vendetta against Path of Math, bro, are they really like trying to like I want to see real action. You know? I think the company is great, but like, are they really like looking out for our best interest at any point? Oh, it's hard to work starting in New Zealand. I mean, that's probably a huge problem too. I do think Tencent probably saved the game. I definitely think getting funding from Tencent probably saved the game, without a doubt. I think as much as GGG wants to spend their time pleasing everybody, I think they need to put their foot down and make hard decisions and just live and die by their choices. What drama? I mean, I'm not going to name any names or bring up any past experiences. But I've seen content creators be nothing but cruel to each other in terms of GGG, in terms of like about PoE and GGG, and like nobody does anything. Everybody just turns a fucking blind eye. Supposed to be in this shit together. Everybody turns on each other for fucking clicks and views. 11th hour games. Of course they play video games. Are we saying that that it's okay that people are shitty to each other because they play video games for a living? Or what are we saying by they play video games for a living? Like what's the basis for this? People are just shit? True, people are just shit. But that's why we have people in positions to make sure that shitbags are put in their place. GGG took 14 years to get a staff of 200. 11th-hour games did it in 3 years. I mean, I don't know if being in New Zealand is like the best or worst thing for them. I think it's probably fine at the end of the day. Staff is the biggest expense. And finally give us looting pets? I don't think they have to put POE into China to finally give that. I think they just need to be, like, willing to tell the Western world to eat a bag of shit, this is what's happening. And I don't think they have the balls to tell the Western world, too bad, this is happening. POE rivaling Diablo is such a David vs. Goliath thing. TLI and 11th-hour games are trying to do what POE's doing. I've said this, and I get yelled at for this, and I don't give a fuck. If you mean to tell me that selling loot pets brings in so much revenue that your devs can do whatever the fuck they want and create content on levels that you've never seen, fucking bring the loot pets to POE. If supporter packs aren't cutting the cake in terms of revenue, bring the loot pets. And you know what? All these people who claim that they would quit the game because of loot pets are full of shit. Loot pets would not bring that much. I guarantee if you had to buy them every single league, they absolutely would. Oh, they absolutely would. Oh, yeah. Because you have to buy them every single league in China. They absolutely would. Just like in TLI, you have to get the battle pass every league. How much are they in TLI? The battle pass is $15 and it auto loots 90% of the shit. I'm not even talking about the pay to win loot pet that gives you more loot, that has quantity on the fucking pet. Because there's pets too that have raw fucking quant percents on them. But in TLI, for $15, the fucking pet auto loots 90% of the shit. Literally, if that saves POE and brings in enough revenue for them to do whatever they want, bring the pet. I'll pay for it every league. Pay for it every league. Won't even think twice. Pay for it every league. You give those pets free to play too. The pay to win pets you get free to play too, yeah. You also get, TLI also gives like half the auto loot features for free too, which is fucking crazy to me. And give us skins for it? Yeah, I'm sure people would pay out the ass for it. Anybody telling you they wouldn't are the same fucking morons that told you they didn't want Faustus. No way $15 is financial freedom for GGG. if 100,000 people spend $15 every 3 months, that's a lot of money. Yeah, it's like, it's a free $1.5 million. Not counting Stash App sales and everything else. True. The reality is they have to do something. Eventually, Stash App sales are going to dry up. Like, eventually, people are going to stop buying Stash Tabs. Eventually, people are going to have enough Stash Tabs that they're not going to need to spend money. Right? Eventually, what's going to happen is they're going to do things like Crucible League again. Not Crucible, Necropolis League again, where players feel forced to buy Stash Tabs so they can make more revenue. That's what's going to happen. Because eventually, Stash Tab sales dry up. It's mostly MTXs? Yeah, but how like, it could be MTXs, but eventually you're going to not want to buy any more MTXs because eventually you're going to have one that you're going to want to wear forever. Eventually, you're going to buy an MTX and not want to buy another one. I mean, FOMO? Who the fuck is FOMOing over a cosmetic? I keep buying each pack. For what? Why? Not like it's your money. I'm not judging you based on what you do. As long as you fucking pay the rent and put food on the table, who cares? But why do people FOMO over cosmetic? What is there to FOMO over? It's a fucking skin in a game. They can't get it again? How many skins do you guys have that are unobtainable again? That you use exclusively? How many of you guys have a skin that you constantly always have on? Like, every time you have a character or make a new character, this FOMO'd exclusive this skin that you always put on. Exclusively 2. Every single character forever. You put these 2 skins on every time. How do you use 3 sets on one character? You have 2 sets, one for Witcher, one for everybody else. Holy bro's back in the game. Bro, I've been sitting AFK for the last fucking 2 hours on like this screen. I have a skin pack from about 4 years ago that gets used every single league. Yo, thanks this up.
Yo, dog, why you saying Harbinger rework?
Because of all the teasers. You have like 5? I'll show you. We'll go back to the video. I use that on my main on every single one. There's new teasers. Holy. I got you. Start from the beginning again.
Hello guys, and welcome to this rather impromptu video here tonight because GGG have just released a pretty large video.
Just
where
watch,
they're
just
going
watch.
over a bunch of quality of life teasers. In the past, they've done these in lots of different videos across 2 weeks or so before the league actually launches. This time, they're just doing it all in one video. and it's a 3-minute long video here, and there's actually a lot of really good quality of life changes in here. For example, one thing that I think is great is this change here where they're making it so divination cards can now be just control-clicked, and it immediately turns into the reward that you get from a full stack. Then you can control-click another one right after, and then it will just, you know, swap the reward straight into your inventory and change the new stack straight into the window there to obtain the next reward. So a lot less clicks there. However, in this video, there's some stuff hidden, and I kind of want to cover that.
Agree, the teaser is dog shit.
In this video here. So the hidden stuff there is in regards to this window right here, the currency exchange window. And there are 3 things in particular missing from here. So firstly, over here we've got this kind of left panel here, which is different tabs that you can choose to, you know, search for various things like delve and scarabs, things like that. There is a window missing from this, which is scouting reports. It's completely gone on this window, and this is presumably, you know, recording of them playing on the new patch. So scouting reports appears to be gone from the tab window here on the side of the currency exchange. And then over on the main window, this is the window with all of the currency items in a big box.
I 100% think that they're going to make it they're going to make it like Waystones. 100%. They're literally going to give you an item that just lets you choose what map you want to run. It's 100% going to be a Waystone system. Without a doubt. That's the only reason why they would delete all this shit. I mean, it's obviously going to be the biggest change up in terms of the Atlas in the last years, right? But it resolves the trading issue for maps. Towers log in. I don't know if it'll be towers. They're going to bring the POE to the same system as POE 2. They put too much work in that Atlas. I don't think they can bring that system over. If it's towers, I'm leaving POE for good. Everybody says that. We know that's not going to happen. That you're going to quit forever. You would have quit forever over the million other things that were terrible. But no, I don't think they're bringing towers over. Somebody would be crucified? Nobody would be crucified. Nothing would happen. People would bitch and they would get over it. We literally had towers where they were called towers. Yeah, they were called sextants. And watchstones. You've spent too much money to ever quit PoE, sadly. No, you could walk away. Who cares? It's called the cost of doing business. You just walk away. They would bitch and then they would just, yeah, as soon as their favorite streamer did it and was okay with it. Do you like the quality of life changes? My favorite one's the current. No, I think they're all dog shit. The div card one is sweet. That's the only good one. But like, I don't know. I don't think the quality of life teasers are all that they're cracked up to be. He hates them because they're not TLI quality updates. No, I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth. No. He wants TLI quality of life. No, I want quality of life that my wrist doesn't burn like an asshole at the end of the day. No, I want like real stuff. I want meaningful, impactful changes. Give an example. I think the div card one is really good, right? But hear me out. Instead of having to click each individual card, what if you got to turn in all of the same cards at the same time? Or better yet, what if you just got to turn in all of your cards at the same time and it turned into a window like Faustus where you just pull out the fucking items if they don't go straight into your inventory? That's TLI, quality of life, mate. I'm not asking it to be like TLI. I'm just saying, why can't it be something as simple as that? You're calling it TLI, quality of life. Why? Because why give us what they're doing? It feels like they half-assed it. There's nothing wrong with wanting TLI quality of life. No, I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with it. But I feel like the change to div cards, while really cool and really good, is half-assed. I like favorite currency trades and also stash button. I think stash button's probably fine. I think currency trades for everything of them is like whatever. Like, that's kind of like whatever. Can it be a D&D deck of many things? What do you mean? I don't know. I think the favorites is kind of like whatever. It's going to be nice. I mean, I could see that. I could see the uses for it, but it's just like whatever. I think there's definitely more things. I definitely think so many more things are coming. I 100% think more things are coming, without a doubt, right? The lab gem change is decent. I think that one's really good too. But it's not exciting, right? Like, the changes are okay. None of them are exciting. None of them scream at me that make me want to, like, jump out of my seat. Nothing, like, none of the changes so far make me hyped for tomorrow. I'm just naturally hyped for tomorrow because they put on such a good performance. Like, their reveals are just always so good that, like, I'm hyped for the reveal because the reveals are always, like, the quality of production of the reveal and what they're bringing to the table is always so damn good. But in terms of, like, teasers and getting me excited for tomorrow, the teasers didn't do anything. That's me, though, right? Like, that's me. I know, I have no doubts in my mind that tomorrow's going to come around and that the live stream's going to happen and it's going to be just fucking astronomically awesome and out of this world. Fully 100% believe that the live stream tomorrow is going to be, like, the best thing since fucking, like, I got a bowl of ice cream. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be fucking awesome. Without a doubt, hands down 100%, it's going to be awesome. But do I think the teasers yesterday were like, oh my God, I can't wait for tomorrow? They were like, kind of like whatever. The reveal, like, and this is what I tell people all the time. Everybody who's always bitching and moaning and groaning, I say, you can bitch and moan and groan all you want. You know what's going to happen? The reveal's going to happen, and they do such a damn good job on their reveals that you can bitch and moan all you want. The reveal's going to happen, and you're going to be like, oh my God, I can't wait to play. Because their reveals are top tier. Top tier. The way they handle it, the way they execute it, the way they present it, the way they talk about it, top tier. Top tier. Top tier. Top tier. I don't know who the producer is. The producer should 100% be getting, like, multiple raises. They build the hype and the anticipation perfectly over time. Which is why, like, I think the teasers yesterday, while, like, the idea of them are sweet, like, I don't know, when Bex was around, and this isn't like a I wish Bex was here moment, but when Bex was around and we would get, like, the lead up and the reveal to it, she had a way of, like, bringing actual hype. And I don't know if it's, like, the marketing team for teasers is kind of, like, mid, or if their approach to teasers is kind of mid, but, like, there definitely was a time where teaser week was here and you were genuinely excited. Just so good at it, people buy the supporter packs the moment the stream ends. Yes. You're excited. For what? Guess we'll see tomorrow. I have no doubts in my mind that tomorrow's not going to be awesome. If tomorrow happens and I walk away disappointed, I would probably just quit Path of Exile because I would realize that like maybe I am finally jaded and burnt out. You know? I would walk away tomorrow and I'd be like, yeah, I guess it's time to hang it up. But I don't see that happening. Was in Necro. See, I like Necro League. You streamer confirmed? You're a TLI streamer confirmed? What? Dude, I'm like half a step away from being an Arc Raider streamer. Literally like a half a step away from just permanently loading in Arc Raiders. Still a POE 2, Andy? Literally, I shit you not, a half a step away from being an Arc Raider streamer. Permanently. Game's fucking great. What could be your worst nightmare to reveal tomorrow? Nothing. POE as a base game is great. They could literally do nothing tomorrow and it would still be a great game. Try it out and see how it goes? I did. And I got told to kill myself yesterday. And people told me they would never watch me again. I did. Same way that people told me they would never watch me again when I played Diablo. Same way that I have people tell me that they hate Torchlight Infinite with a burning passion. Who said that? People. You know what you told me about TLI? People say it way worse than you do. Smile, yesterday. I had a good time yesterday. I'm a TLI hater? Yeah. And you told me very directly you're a TLI hater. Yeah. You were nice about it. Not many people are... Well, I would still say the way you put it was still kind of like mid. And I was like, wow, that kind of sucks. But people are way worse. I would never talk about... No, I don't think you would. But people are way worse. People are way worse. No, I don't think you would ever say anything bad. I think you're a really good dude. I don't watch either. Have I? Yeah, people are just assholes, man. People are just assholes. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Nah, bro, I'm still supporting no matter what you play. What if I loaded in something as old as this? What if I sat here and streamed something like this exclusively? I don't think it would pay your bills. I would quit streaming forever. I wouldn't quit streaming forever. I would do other stuff. I would get a job. What a blast from a past. There's a bunch of us that play in a private server. If you ever want the information, just DM me. My raid boss spawned while we were all talking about that. Someone wanted to go kill my raid boss. He used to play games like this? Yeah, there's a bunch of us playing. Good tier 2, all my gear. Hell yeah, dude. I told Ginger this morning to do it, and he was like, I don't understand. I'm like, just farm snow paper, dude. I told Ginger this morning, I was like, just farm snow paper. You miss playing Warcraft 3? You and me both. be both. For late season, or I think snow paper is always good. Yo, sport, how about D? Just make sure you make enough bread. You like the idea of streaming whatever you want? It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. I've been farming it. Invites and doing decent. Snow paper's like a tier 7. Like I need money. Variety doesn't. I mean, dude, I'm be dead ass honest with you. I turned this game on. I turned POE on. I've been sitting on the same 2 videos for 3 hours. People are having the time of their lives. 2 hours, 2 hours. I've been sitting on the same 2 fucking screens for 2 hours. Just letting people have the time of their life talking. Literally, this has just been a just chatting stream for the last 2 hours. I haven't even gotten, bro, I got 2 minutes into this video, and I've replayed this video like 4 times. It's a good stream. There you go. I enjoy what we're having. I know. That's why I'm doing it. I know. That's literally why I'm doing it. Trillions of damage, which is stupid, but you do trillions of damage in PoE. What? You do trillions of damage in PoE? I have not seen the Snap video. No, I don't even know what that is. Oh, I do know what that is. I haven't watched it. And the anime vibes. I've said this to 1,000 PoE players. I've said this to 1,000 PoE players, and they all tell me I'm wrong until they tell me I'm right. They all tell me I'm wrong until they tell me I'm right. If PoE players got over whatever crazy notion they have in their head of gotcha or graphics or bullshit and tried the game, legitimately tried the game, and I speak as somebody who had the same reservations as you guys, I fucking hated the idea of Torchlight. Fucking hated the idea of Torchlight. I literally, a buddy of mine literally bet me and gave me an ultimatum, and I played it, and I was a believer. I fucking hated the idea of Torchlight. I thought Torchlight was the dumbest shit. Fucking stupid. Now I'm hooked out of my mind. I think if more PoE players tried it, they would really enjoy it. I think there's a lot of good reasons to dislike TLI. I do. I absolutely do. But I also think there's a lot of good reasons to dislike PoE. Right? But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to play either game. Got to get over the gotcha stuff. TLI is good. No cap. Made you a believer. I just think there's a lot of negativity because of previous decisions, and I don't disagree. But after seeing, especially this season, and so many strats be like created towards free-to-play players, and the game becomes so much more free-to-play friendly, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's just interesting to see. You're very stubborn? Yeah, but that's a personal problem. That's not a game problem. I'm stubborn. Dude, I'm fucking stubborn too. You have no idea. I'm so stubborn that if somebody says some shit, I'll be so stubborn that I'll do it to fucking spite them. You know how many times people tell me I can't do something in POE because they know I'm stubborn and like don't want to listen to bullshit, and I'll just do something to like fucking prove them wrong and spite them? I would play Arc Raiders for a few days and see how it goes. You get more viewers in traffic? You won't. Doesn't work like that. You got the job? Hell yeah! Congrats, homie. Let's go. Now you can buy all the forum gold you want. I mean, all the fucking loot pets that you want. When do you start? Do what you like, dog. Do what makes you happy. Doesn't work like that. If it worked like that, I'd be streaming Black Desert Online from like 10 years ago. April 10th? Oh, you started my birthday. Oh, my birthday. Don't be miserable playing BA if you don't enjoy it or burn that. So here's the funny part. Y'all motherfuckers think I don't like POE. I constantly get told that I don't like POE. And it's nothing to do with disliking POE. I think you don't like POE. No, I think you fucking hate it, honestly. I think a lot of you guys that tell me I don't like POE are fucking projecting their own feelings and they want me to dislike it. I like POE. I think POE is a really good game. I think a lot of the quality of life and decisions that POE makes is fucking dog shit. Do I think POE as a base game is bad? Absolutely not. Do I play a ton of it? You're making us believing it. So you're the only person believing I dislike the game because I don't follow the suit of things like Rutu and Fubgun. Because I don't agree with things that a lot of other big people and believers say doesn't mean I dislike the game. It just means you don't like my opinion on the game, or you think I dislike the game. I wouldn't sit here for the last 3 hours with this fucking screen open if I disliked the game, trying to talk about the game. I would have moved on. A lot of those big creators do not enjoy the game. They just see it is a job. That's all it is. Can't even stand those guys' voices. They're just the two biggest names I can think of off the top of my head as fast as I can think. I literally was just using names as an example. They wouldn't be playing. I mean, neither would DVD players. DVD players would have quit too. 100%. The money's just too good. I do what I do because I genuinely enjoy what I do. You know what makes PoE bad? You know what really makes PoE bad? Would you ever play DVD again? I did. I actually did recently. I got paid hundreds of dollars from somebody in chat to literally shut it off. I literally got paid hundreds of dollars from somebody in stream to shut DVD off. I shit you not. True story. True story. I had somebody pay me money because they wanted me to start playing again. And I started playing it again. And I was having the time of my life. And then somebody paid me hundreds of dollars to shut it off because I was having too much fun. I have not seen the quantification video now. I don't think ground loot's bad. I think the loot system in PO is great. I love tile loot. I love farming mechanics for my rewards. I think it's fine. I don't want to change. That's not ground loot. I don't care that regular mobs don't drop loot. I don't give a fuck. Is this about tile loot and more so about how changes over 4 years of they slowly cause issues for GGG? Snap is the guy who plays with MP. We should watch it. Sure, link it. It's an easy 40-minute stall. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a problem with loot. I also like Kalandra League, and loot drops from Kalandra. I rage quit after 4 divs and never came back. I don't know, dude. I think loot goblins were fucking awesome. I think loot goblins was probably some of the most fun I ever had in Path of Exile. The Chronicles are dropping 100 divs a map, but they used to have that. You used to have the ability to drop hundreds of divs a map. They were the Kalandra loot goblins, and everybody hated them. They all bitched. You know about the ground loot thing? What about it?
Picture this.
All right, let me pee. Let me pee, and then we'll watch it. Or we'll put it on. You gotta grind gear? Nobody wants to grind gear. They all want it now, now, now. Me, now, now, now. Me, now, now, now. Me, now, now, now. Me, now. Think it's like awful? Good thing you play TLI now, am I right? Love or hate the guy that's made me do some thinking? I think it's a lot of crying. It's not my cup of tea. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just not my cup of tea. Guy's fine.
You wake up one day in 2026 ready to play your favorite game, Path of Exile. You go straight to YouTube and type Fub Gun Juicing Guide 2026. You follow his build and his advice to a T. Ready to farm, you enter the fortress map. You click on Scarab after Scarab, and then you wonder to yourself, Why is 90% of my loot coming from barrels and strongboxes?
No, I have not. No, I have absolutely not thought that.
Why aren't the monsters dropping the loot?
Because it's from the scarabs in the barrel that I purposely picked.
Instead, why is the only thing I'm picking up scarabs? Well, there's
Because it's the strategy I clicked based on Fubgun's video.
a lot we need to go over to unpack that particular question. Today we'll be going on a journey that starts all the way back in Ultimatum League, brings us all the way to present.
I will ride this journey with you, Sensei. I will go on this adventure. Let's see where this adventure leads us, Sensei.
Day detailing how exactly we got here, because ground
We got here because I Googled scarab farming.
node is a pretty hot topic in modern PoE. Today I'm proud to present to you the calandrification of PoE. I really hope you enjoy.
I also like Calandra League, Sensei.
Our story begins all the way back in Ultimatum League. For those of
Where you got banned?
you somewhat new to PoE, this era of Path of Exile is extremely different than what you're familiar with today. Just imagine a PoE with no Atlas tree. Path of Exile Ultimatum releases in April 16th of 2021. Many people like to remember this league for how awful the league start was. Ultimatum hands down takes the #1 spot for the worst league launch ever in PoE. In
Good thing it was 5 years ago and we don't dwell in the past.
terms of server stability and login queues, etc. Anybody who played Ultimatum on League Start knows that it was a long and grueling 12-hour long campaign full of disconnects, login queues, and just overall instability. We were graciously reached out to by GGG and given a streamer priority queue, which in hindsight definitely was not the greatest idea. The whole community was understandably upset because of the server problems
I agree.
that were happening, and this definitely left the player base upset and on edge, ready to complain about any minor grievance they might encounter while playing the game. Our group ended up doing a little bit of exploiting here or there. We got banned. Oops.
I like Snap a lot because he calls it how it is and he doesn't beat around the bush. That right there, I give that man that right there. Bro, I already respected him. Respect him even more now.
But that's not really the topic of this video. With the disastrous league start, the streamer queues, and just overall player dissatisfaction over those two issues, definitely wasn't a great time to introduce a league mechanic that favored extremely difficult content in the form of the Ultimatum Waves all or nothing reward system, and players took to Reddit to start to complain about the rare monster spam that existed in this mechanic. Many of the complaints were centered around there just being too many rares, the fights were just too hard to navigate because there were so many rares, so many monsters to keep track of, and it was just overall cluttered. Chris Wilson himself confirms this criticism in a Reddit post titled Some Thoughts from Chris, posted 5 years ago. Chris remarks, the encounters themselves didn't have great combat. They achieved challenge just by spamming a whole lot of rare monsters at you, and it was hard to follow what was going on. In Ultimatum League, the feedback was clear. There's just too much going on. There's too many rare monsters. It was just hard to follow
Congrats.
the combat. GGG does what it does best. It takes that feedback, shelves it, comes back for the next league, and makes changes.
Farming pits? You mean you found your mirror doing the tier 8 strat? Holy! Get me Guitaraholic! Sir! He found his mirror doing the tier 8 strat, sir! What I like is Snap is giving his opinion viewpoint from a user PV. He's spelling out what happened with a bit of comedy. Yeah, I definitely, I've always been a very big fan of the way Snap approaches things. Because it's like you said, it's like, look, here are some facts. I'm gonna break your balls a little bit, you know. But it's very factual. For 3 years, I don't like the game right now. I've been saying Elite Generation to be ReWork for so long, and I specifically say Elite Generation. I don't want numeric brain dead buffs to drop rates.
Just to their beloved game. That's the cyclic nature of the game. With Ultimatum in the rear view
He farmed in hell. Did you don't need to finish. You don't need to finish hell though to like farm pits. Y'all know why I'm right. He's crying. I'm barely in Act 2. Yeah, I stopping in Act 1 to farm pits until juice or gear is 100% one of the best things you could be doing. Without a doubt. I don't think enough people realize that and or do that.
Mirror, we will fast forward over to Scourge League. Scourge came out 6 months later after Ultimatum and featured scaling risk-reward mechanic, which incentivized you to have very powerful builds. During Scourge League, a popular strategy developed involving Alva and something we like to call Pocket Beyond. In PoE, these league mechanics used to have a historic bonus that affected all league mechanics.
With Terror Zones and New Pinnacles, I think it's worth finishing Hell. Speed is king. And the fastest farming spot is pits. Speed is king. You should like 100% do pits until Enigma. Should turn it up a bit. Yeah, I can do that. You log in the new league? Yeah, I'm gonna log in the new league. Arc Raiders is just like my guilty pleasure off stream.
Alva being one of them. When you were killing monsters
Let me know if it
inside
needs
of
to go
that
louder.
particular league mechanic, they would get a very, very large bonus applied to them. This bonus was introduced so that monsters were just generally worth killing when you were doing the mechanics, such as Abyss, or in this case, Alva. In order to make the league mechanics feel more powerful and potent, the multiplier that these monsters had on them was, you know, in the realm
Played
of
on
like
stream?
1,000%.
You like Arc
like 10
Raiders? You
times
missed
more
it. It was
loot.
yesterday.
This made it so monsters from those mechanics just generally felt more rewarding than other stuff on the map. And that
Maybe
reward
tomorrow.
was so potent that people would
Maybe.
actually bring in a prophecy called Hidden Reinforcements in order to
Maybe.
generate extra monsters inside of the Alva. When you proc the prophecy, it would spawn a monster pack. You would kill the monster pack, and
Busy, sir. This is Twitch. You're not allowed a life. Sir, this is Twitch. You're not allowed to do anything but be on streams 24/7. Sir! 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 Sir!
it would spawn beyond monsters. You'd then kill the beyond monsters, and they would all have that, 10x bonus from the Alva applied to them. This strategy was one of the mainstays in early MFing, and it really cemented
Does this
Alva
need to go
as,
louder, by the way?
premier mechanic for magic finding at this point in time. The huge focus on killing as many monsters as you can. Killing as many monsters generates a lot of beyond. Beyond generates a lot of loot. It had a very good cycle going for it. It was a very, very fun gameplay loop to a lot of players at this time. But it's important to take note of this specific historic bonus that existed in league mechanics like Alva, because this historic bonus would become the piece of controversy for leagues later down the line. We need to put a pause on that first, because we need to talk about Arch Nemesis. Arch Nemesis came after Scourge 3 months later in February 4th of 2022. Featured a new atlas, including the first iteration of Eater and Exarch, which were very, very cool bosses. It was also the first iteration of the POE atlas passive tree, which is beloved by many players to this day. So remember all that complaining that players did back in Ultimatum regarding rare monster spam and battle clutter? Well, GGG had a plan, and now it is time to finally reveal the rework that has been promised as a result of all of those complaints in Ultimatum, and that is clearly Arch Nemesis. It comes to PoE first as a league so that GGG can test the waters, make sure it's suitable for the core game. The idea is simple, right? What if we reduced the amount of rare
Congrats on one
monsters,
belt.
but we gave rare monsters powerful modifiers that are memorable, and you're going to have these epic battles with those rare monsters and be rewarded for killing them. Sounds great on paper, right? It was also GGG's first implementation of what we call loot conversion modifiers, a system in which where you kill the monster and it would convert 100% of the item drops to a particular other type of item, such as currency, scarabs, or flasks. During the Arch Nemesis League itself, there wasn't a huge amount of focus put on the Arch Nemesis mechanic itself because the base game had so many changes to it with the new bosses and the Atlas passive tree. For many players, Arch Nemesis kind of came as an afterthought because of all of the other sweeping changes that came to the game. The player sentiment on Arch Nemesis was kind of lukewarm, stating that generally the mechanic was cool and rewarding, but a lot of the modifiers were generally unbalanced and very untested. A lot of modifiers would just make monsters extremely tanky or unkillable, and others just did way too much damage and just would one-shot hardcore characters. But once again, these problems were kind of overlooked because the base game had received such a fantastic expansion. It was really fine to overlook some of these issues that the Arch Nemesis mechanic had. Arch Nemesis comes to a close in May of 2022, and we are excited to see the next league, which is going to be Sentinel League. During the Sentinel reveal trailers, it was announced that GGG was going to fold Arch Nemesis into the core game, and players were apprehensive at best, but we were promised that a pass was done on all of the modifiers, and all of the problematic ones are going to be receiving balancing, so we were...
I liked Arch Nemesis. I thought it was cool. I think they just needed to be balanced better, but I thought the idea behind Arch Nemesis was really sweet.
We're all willing to hold our breath while GGG cooks in the kitchen here. The first initial implementation of Arch Nemesis into rares had all of the modifiers of Arch Nemesis, but the same amount of rares that were there before. They also didn't really make the rares super rewarding as a result of adding these new and annoying modifiers to rares. And even though GGG did a balance patch on a lot of these modifiers, there were still some extremely unfun and problematic ones that would later be removed, such as periodic invulnerability.
That's not a good welcome sign for a new player. GGG, what is that?
In general,
I agree that the campaign needs to be re-looked at, especially from a new player perspective. The problem is MD is, no matter what they do, people are still going to give them money. Like... That's the problem at the end of the day. People are still going to buy the $500 supporter packs because they're fucking degenerate. If people stop spending money and buying the $500 supporter packs and making excuses, shit would get changed in a way that people would want. I mean, if they buff ground loot, everybody's just going to complain that there's inflation and that gear's worthless and loot's falling from the sky and the rising price of everything and they can't afford anything because they don't know what to do and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. I mean, that's what happens all the time. Oh my God, so many divines are falling, but everything's out of reach because everything is scaled to the moon. And then chaos orbs are going to fall and nobody's going to want to pick up chaos orbs because there's going to be so many of them falling. And then they're going to bitch that chaos is to the moon because they didn't want to pick them all up. That's what's happening in POE 2 right now? Yeah. It's fine. It's good. I mean, buffing, like, I don't think people realize that, like, if you're a brokey right now in POE right now, if you're a brokey and you have an excuse why you can't afford any item in the game, other than I have 5 wives and 20 kids and 3 jobs, if you have any excuse, mobs don't drop loot, my farming strategy's dead, Fub Gun said, fucking scarabs are worthless, essence, you're the problem. You're the problem. And if any of those excuses line up other than I only get to play an hour a day because I have 5 wives and 18 kids, no matter what they do, brokey, you are gonna be a brokey. No matter how much ground loot changes, no matter how much extra currency you think you're gonna have, you can't afford shit right now, you still gonna be a fucking brokey. Like, nothing changes. Nothing, no matter what they do, because of the player's inability to adapt to the current model of the game, no matter what they do, they will always be broke. And even if a million divines fall, shit's gonna be scaled to the moon, you still ain't gonna fucking be able to afford anything, because 1,000 divs, when 1,000 divs falls, is the same as 1 div that didn't fall fucking 10 years ago because of inflation. If you brokey now, you brokey when shit changes. Fix the brokey. Just drop a mage blood, bro. But your mage blood's gonna be fucking worthless. It's the same thing. If ground loot goes to the moon, you think it's only currency? If ground loot goes to the moon, you think it's only going to be currency? Remember all those people? Oh my god, my 9 div headhunter's worthless. What the fuck you think's going to happen when ground loot goes to the moon? What the fuck you think's going to happen? Everything's going to fall in troves. Everything. Shit's going to be raining from the sky. That fucking meme of Al Kaiser talking about fucking Kitava shitting bricks and mirrors flying from the alternate 18 different versions of Mirror Calandra is going to come to facts. They're a group player. It doesn't matter. Solo players make just as much. Imagine dropping loot. You're the only dumb motherfucker not dropping loot. Not calling you a dumb motherfucker, but you're the only dumb motherfucker not dropping loot. Haji's taking out loot of multipliers over time and impacting the game. But like, there are still ways to make... Who gives a fuck that multipliers have changed? Who cares? Just go do something else that drops loot. Like, who cares? Who cares that the Alva multiplier was removed? Go do something else. Why do you need to drop the raw shit, sell the shovel? Make money every league. But if a million divines drop, Mage was gonna be a trillion divines to buy. But if a million divines drop and a million different things drop, ain't gonna be a fucking $1 million. My phone rang.
Sentinel League was full of complaints about rare monster power, as truly a lot of these were really underbaked and untested, unbalanced, and the rares that you were killing were not super rewarding to begin with. So now we just have harder monsters that are more annoying to fight, but without the rewards. Sentinel League in general was kind of the peak of magic finding and
What I don't understand is why people want base unjuiced mobs to drop shit like it's like the moon. Like, I guess that's the part that I don't understand. Why do people want regular vanilla rare monsters to drop tons of shit? Because they're so rippy and hard to kill? But they take 5 minutes to kill? Yeah, because you suck. What do you mean? Mobs take 5 minutes to kill. Mobs that take 10 minutes to kill. Talking about the ones with a million mobs in them, not just regular ones. Do you guys really, like, real talk for a minute here. Do you guys think on League Start that you should be able to just, like, plow through the whole game in the first 72 hours? I think a lot of people forget that like week 1 of a brand new league you shouldn't be able to just plow through the whole fucking game. Like, do people forget that it takes time to get gear and you start with nothing and you have to work your way from the ground up? Yeah, I plow through the whole game. Yeah, but you don't suck. You're 4 stones in 13 hours? Yeah, but you also don't suck. You guys gotta stop thinking about your individual selves, right? You gotta think of we have people that come to this stream that I don't know how the fuck they breathe. I'm gonna use an example really quick. Hold on. I'm gonna use an example really quick. And this was the night. This dude was super nice and super chill, and he was really cool to talk to, but I'm gonna use him as an example. This guy came to the stream, or came to the Discord to ask for help with his cast on crit build. Very nice guy, willing to work with us, gave us videos, gave us information, and the first thing I said to him when we started fixing his problems is your cast on crit turned on? Right? First thing I said to this guy. He said, absolutely, it's turned on. We then, as a community with realism and anti-valor, with him posting video footage, go through his problems, link his shit, do all of his stuff. And at the end of it, he never turned on cast on crit. You guys don't realize, and I'm not calling this particular guy fucking stupid, but you guys don't realize that, like, players like that guy exist. Where it's as, like, he didn't turn it on. And it got turned off because he was weapon swapping and didn't realize it was turning off when he weapon swapped. He didn't want attention. It wasn't for attention at all. He didn't want attention at all. The guy was awesome. Talking to the guy, working with the guy, trying to diagnose the problem. The guy was great. The guy was literally what you want a viewer or somebody who needs help to be. He asks a question. We ask him something back. He provides the information to diagnose the problem. And he took it step by step. He didn't bitch. He didn't moan. He didn't bitch and moan. He was a guy who was like, hey, my shit's not working. What do you think it is? Oh, I'll try that. Cool. Here's the results of that, and here's what happened. What's next? Guy was awesome. Guy was awesome. Guy was fucking great. Literally what you want in somebody who needs help. Guy was awesome. Couldn't speak more than highly about the guy. People attribute asking quick. Some people just don't know what they don't know and are asked. Yeah, that's exactly my point. Is the dude was genuinely asking for help because he just didn't know. And I don't think a lot of players realize that players like that exist where we take so much for granted. We take so much for granted that we don't realize that the things that are second nature to us, players don't know. There's so many times in POE where somebody will ask a question, and I'm sure you guys have done this yourselves. You're like, that's just common knowledge. And the guy's like, what do you mean that's common knowledge? I don't fucking know that. People just don't know shit, and you guys assume they know shit. Guy was asking for a boss character for me last night. He kept demanding we do Uber Maven because he thought he had to do Uber Maven for voice lines. I kept telling him to do normal one because I charge less to do normal boss. Holy. We don't know. We just don't deal like them. We don't. Yeah, that's why I try to bring light. Like, that's why I try to bring light to it, right? I feel like if I, like, bring light to it and try to, like, show you guys that more people like this exist, it might open views a little bit more, right? Because, like, we think certain things are problems, right? But we just don't realize what the actual situation is because we don't see, like, you guys don't see as many people as I do in a day. And I'm not, like, using this as, like, a bragging thing, right? But you guys probably don't interact with, like, so many people. Like, there are people in here right now that literally won't even turn, like, they have the Discord help channels muted because they've tried so many times to help people and people are just, like, fucking unhelpable. stop being so toxic to people asking questions that that's literally why I go out of my way to help people. The problem is it Lixia? The problem is eventually it gets to the point where like you try to help people and they tell you you're wrong. And they don't want help. They do just want attention. Like somebody had mentioned earlier, there are a lot of people that just want to argue. But there's a lot of people that like ask for help and they just refuse to accept it. And they think they know better. Somebody asked a question in Global and people just dogpile. Oh yeah. Sauce your videos a couple days ago. What's up, man? Now randomly find you online. Have a welcome to the clusterfuck that is the live stream. There are 100% people that do it to rage bait. You know what people don't take advantage of enough? You know what people don't take advantage of enough to solve that problem? The block button. Do you know how easy it is and how much better my life became the minute somebody said something fucking stupid that instead of interacting with them, I ban or block them from my life? Do you know how much better people's lives would be if they just banned and blocked people? I think I live in the past. That's why I'm ground loot to be forced. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like living in the past as long as you accept that it's like a you thing, right? People are scared of change, and that's understandable. God knows I was for years and years and years and years scared of change. But sometimes you just gotta like get out of your comfort zone. Shit's gonna be fine, man. Everything's gonna be A-okay, dude. And you know what? If you don't like it and the game becomes something you don't want it to become, fuck it. There's always something else. So Trav, here's me putting the situation as easy as I can frame it. In range boxes versus current containment boxes. Same fucking strat of the core. Difference, in range boxes, you click box, spawn mob, kill them, get loot from the general loot table. Sometimes hogs, sometimes nothing. Containment these days, you see an Arcanist box, your brain goes, 2 divs GG. The first one is amazingly fun farm me. The second one makes me want to stop playing after 2 hours. But how is that, like, how is that the problem of the game? That's just you don't like a farm. How is that a problem? Same thought. I have no thoughts on the upcoming league until tomorrow. I tell that to everybody. I don't have thoughts on the upcoming league until tomorrow. I'm reserving all of my opinions on everything until tomorrow. Because I think the teasers were very mid. And I know that the live stream reveal tomorrow is going to be pog as fuck. So I'm reserving all of my opinion until tomorrow. I don't think it's inherently a problem, but I think it's become one due to how widespread that opinion is. Is it a widespread problem in opinion? Or is it a bunch of fucking morons blindly repeating Fubgun? And I just use Fubgun as an example. Not literally Fubgun. But we have seen it, or I've seen it, in the Discord and in this community before you were here, Adam, back in Kalandra League, where players would complain about Kalandra League and you would ask them to show wherein they are in progression and tier 15 and this and that and this and that. And people would respond, and I shit you not, well, I heard, so I didn't bother. There's just so many people that are parroting what they heard without actually having that problem. Because, like, somebody said it yesterday, there's a mod for Balor who's like a community man, or there was a mod for Balor, or is a mod for Balor, who's a community manager or works for GGG, and literally, and I'm paraphrasing here, said, where was everybody 6 weeks ago or 6 months ago with this problem, so we had time to fix it? Can you tell us, what do you think about, what do you think questions can you be asked in this stream? Do I need to sub to ask any kinds of questions? Do I get a free pass all the time? Am I rage baiting? I don't know. We'll find out. I think it's a great point. Opinions and opinions. Just because you hear one doesn't mean you need to... Yeah, there's so many people that refuse to think for themselves and parrot other people. I say it about me too. Don't just take what I say at face value. Do your research. These are my opinions. And you should definitely, like, ask around and then do research and then believe what you did the research on. The problem with there's ground loot issues and the problem with all this drama 2 weeks before a league launch is, I'm gonna be real with you, rent is due. Rent is due. It's fucking time to pay the mortgage, boys. My fucking bills are coming. I guess I gotta stir the pot. I think a lot of people regurgitate garbage. I agree with hearing something, looking deeper and testing, but people don't do that. Don't do very well. And people do even worse unless like a week before league start and people are getting hyped. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with rage baiting and rent is due. That's all that it is. Rent is fucking due. I gotta pay the bills. Otherwise, these opinions would have existed weeks ago. These streamers stop playing POE because they get bored. They go do other shit. The money doesn't come in. And then all of a sudden I gotta start some drama so that I get clicks and views so I'm relevant enough so you pay my bills. That's 100% what it is. Game's fine. It's like the Tarkov cheater situation video. They just want to hype themselves up. That's exactly what it is. If it was such a problem, they would be campaigning from weeks ago. Game is fine, but I think we're overdue for an endgame rework. Of course, everything should be shaken up every few years. Why not? It's 100% me clipped. These motherfuckers don't like me anyways because I don't fall into the same flow that they do, and I call it how I see it. That's the same reason why I don't get invited to do shit, because I don't agree with all their bullshit because I fucking do my own research and shit. So it doesn't matter if you clip it or not because they're gonna be like, oh, see, that guy was an asshole anyways. Ugh. But I prefer to get my loot from mobs on the map rather than an inventory window in a second zone. What do you mean? What do you mean? So I like the stream. You're straight. Thanks, man. Thanks for the follow. Told you my opinion yesterday, and your point is valid too. League launch is the only time when a theme gets talked about with the devs if it gets enough traction. I don't know if anybody of you tried to open discussions on reserve judgment on that. I don't think anybody did. I'm pretty sure this ground loot thing didn't show up until like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I don't think streamers should listen. I don't think GGG should listen to streamers for... You know what GGG should do? And like, I don't know, people tell me that I'm fucking dumb. Diablo released, and Torchlight does this, they release surveys. And like, they listen to the community. And I know people don't like fucking TLI, but TLI does shit like this, where they have these like crow corner things where you submit questions, and like this one was February 10th, and then this one was yesterday, and they do this throughout the entire season where you can like submit questions and Q&A, and they listen and they take advice and opinions, and they try to tailor the game based on what people are saying. The problem is I know Chris tried to do that and everybody told Chris to kill himself. They 100% should do surveys. The problem isn't the devs at the end of the day. The problem is the player base telling the devs to kill themselves. That's the problem. Surveys are misleading because it's only the most diehard fans even take the time to answer this in the first place. Not saying it's wrong, but it needs to be used with full understanding of the limitations of the system. Because there's never enough incentive for people to do the survey. Reward people for doing the survey. Reward people. Give them a reason to do it. honestly hold merit, but I think it's very polarizing, and polarizing is very problematic. I think a lot of the time actions of few speak for the actions of many, and it's unfortunate how it's become. Actions of few speak for the actions of many. There are great leaders and people that can be the voice of reason. I don't disagree. The problem is too many people blindly follow. That's the problem at the end of the day. Too many people blindly follow, and when you ask them to state their reason why, they verbatim repeat the same shit who they're following follows. And they can't articulate their own individual problem. What are we blind following? Follow me, crew. Give them the mind, they'll do it then. You get half these people that take it to an extreme. I think somebody had mentioned that people shouldn't be listening to the streamers. As a streamer, I think a lot of you guys need to like not tailor your opinions and stuff based on what I do or what players like any POE streamer does, because we have more time. We have infinitely more time and more resources to do things in the game that you will never be able to do. And I don't say that from a place of privilege, but I am, for example, very blessed to have you guys. And some of you guys are the smartest minds in POE that I've ever had the opportunity of working with. Some of you guys are so brilliant that you have information that if I wasn't a streamer into the position that I'm in, I wouldn't know the things that I know, which is why I share all the information that I get from you guys. Right? And I'm in such a beautiful position that I have the ability to spend time, and this is why I go into Discord voice and I hang out with the community and I talk to you guys and I interact with you guys, because I'm so privileged to have this. And I do my best to bring this to players that don't have this, because players, like Hato said, play alone. And players need to realize that you are not the Rutus or Fubguns or Zizerins or your favorite streamer, because you don't have access to the same resources, knowledge, testing groups, background information, hidden strats that some of these guys have. And too many people base their entire livelihoods and their entire everything on something someone else did where they don't know the information. I had a guy who literally, for like 3 leagues, needed and wanted to keep up with Fubgun, but couldn't do it because he had a wife and a job and a kid, and it was driving him closer and closer to divorce until he realized what his problem was. Unfortunately, that's a hard problem. My opinion is always going to be influenced by whatever I hear. How much depends, but motherfucker, that's, if you know that's your problem, fucking do your own research. Stop being a fucking moron. That's my problem. I listen to people blindly. Stop being a fucking moron. You're an adult. You're like 24. Go do your research. I have no sympathy for the sheep, especially when you openly admit it. What do you mean you can't spend 5 minutes in research and opinion? You gotta be listening fucking blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna fucking blindly follow and be influenced. Even if you listen to me, you should still go do your research. If I say some cook shit, you don't blindly follow. You go look it up. Oh, well, Trav said this and Fubgun said this. I should go look into both of these sides and make an educated opinion. You should 100%. Never listen, got it? No, you should listen and then take the information that you hear and research it and look it up and make an informed decision. You should, my grandfather told my father that told me, you should always just let people talk. You will learn so much by letting people talk. and you just listen and listen and listen. My job is to talk, so I never shut the fuck up, right? Like, my job is to talk. So, like, I obviously can't take my own advice while I'm working. Some of my blood pressure meds? Thanks, man. Shut the fuck up. We need a third opinion. Fub and Snap have the same opinion. Listen but trust but verify. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like listening to your favorite content creator, hearing them out and being like, oh, that's a cool idea. That's a really interesting opinion. I like that train of thought. And then instead of just rolling with it, being like, oh, ground loot's, okay, so ground loot's bad. So-and-so told me ground loot's bad. This video told me this and this and this and this happened. Let me go do my research on it. Huh, you know, maybe ground loot is bad. Or, maybe I shouldn't have clicked the Scarab strategy. Or, maybe, you know, and then you start doing some research. Or you're like, wow, you know what? Maybe I don't like, wow, Snap said this thing about boxes and barrels. And you know what? I'm thinking about it. I don't like barrels. I tried a couple of maps with barrels after he mentioned it, and now I have a new look on it. You know what? I did 20 Fortress maps with barrels and scarabs. I don't like this. You know, like, that's what people should be doing. Did you read what I wrote? No. I missed it. Feel free to put it again. I want to search alternate ways of getting high golden map. Tired of running Blight. You just pay for a carry. You just have to repost it again. I can't scroll up. I literally can't. My chat log is not going to let me scroll up and see it. You just got to post it again. For anybody thinking the ground loot isn't that bad, here's what condensing 200 maps worth of rares into one map looks like. The real question is why people don't look at the treasure troves of skill gems in this game, hence how I was able to show you shield shatter this league, for instance, after cooking in a private Discord calls with another, for instance, right now I'm working on Tahoe's Feeling Static. I don't disagree with you. I think there should be put way more emphasis. Way more emphasis on skill gems. Not seen this track to add for a while. I'll DM you. Ground loot wasn't a thing until Flubgun made a video. Scroll down. Yeah, I mean, like, it literally doesn't start. What could have caused this loot spike? People hate the meta and don't, I mean, people just don't want to explore and look around. I mean, that's been a thing forever. People refuse. Hold on. I would love more people to put more emphasis on bad skills being buffed. I would love more, like one of my favorite skills, and you guys probably hear me talk about this a lot, is Spectral Throw. Every league, when patch notes come out, the first thing I do is Control F Spectral Throw. Because I hope they will eventually bring up bad skills. The biggest issue in POE has is FOMO. It's not even build diversity. It's 100% FOMO. 100%. FOMO. People are just too scared. I said this earlier, and I'm hoping Pineapple Fairy's here. Pineapple Fairy earlier said, I want mercenaries to come back, but I don't want Doriani to be a thing. And I said, why? And they said, I don't want to feel forced to play with Doriani. And I said, why? And they said, so that I could be competitive with currency. And I said, why? And they said, because I feel forced to do it. And I said, why? And they said it was about currency and being competitive. And I said, wait, so how does Doriani on a mercenary stop you from crafting? How does Doriani on a mercenary stop you from creating mirror tier items? And it was, oh. And it was a literal moment of, oh, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. What does that have to do with anything? Why does Doriani have to, like, hinder my shit? Oh. I'm lucky, but I'm busy. I'm just using the conversation we had earlier as an example. If you want, feel free to chime in. I'm not talking shit to talk shit. I don't want Doriani Mercenary back either. But why? Like how Vortex has a casting time no longer being prevalent and a socket pressure enforced by automation support. The problem is people don't want to do that. They don't want to post creative criticism or constructive criticism. They have no interest in doing it. That the video's finishing point is that it talks about the direction of POE and that the veering of the fun concept rather than nerf everything concept. I mean, GGG hasn't done things for fun in a long time, and I definitely think they should aim towards the fun of the game. I'm a very big believer in that, and that's why I tell people they should go try Torchlight, because Torchlight prioritizes fun. And, like, it's crazy how you could try Torchlight regardless of your reservations. I think regardless of reservations, people should try Torchlight just to see what PoE could be and what they could do, and it gives them the want to go to ask for it. As some people don't know and don't want to know how to craft, it's actually free money, but for some average, 4 fractures is just 4 leagues budget. But for someone, average 4 fractures is 4 leagues of budget. But that's like, players don't need to want to have to craft to make currency. You can still make currency without doing the most meta viable thing. It's just players refuse to spend time to learn how to do things. Puts Lightning Business at an advantage and will inevitably drive balance changes down the line. And scale balance is already dire, and I don't want any more variables in the game coming. I mean, but that's not a Doriani problem. That's a GGG problem. That's GGG refusing to bring other things in line. That has nothing to do with Doriani. That has everything to do with GGG and the player base. You have what fucking part? What are they paying me that I have rose-tinted glasses on? What do I get paid that I have rose-tinted glasses on? I also talk about how dog shit fucking pets are and how expensive they are. What are you talking about? I think ground loot in the current state is a bad place, and I think it's more a problem due to the recent metas and strategies more than anything. I don't think a buff to ground loot fixes the issue. That nuking 50% is having strategy with no replacement was a mistake, and I think not introducing meaningful changes is 100% the problem. 100%. Also, I think, and fucking Last Epoch doesn't pay me. I think Last Epoch's a way better game too. I think Diablo's a way better game too. The current edition, which I don't expect to change, I would rather not have Doriani Merc. Let them prove that they could do something and I'll trust them again. Fair. Fair. The issue right now is the concerted effort to create vertical juice scaling with scarabs after the rework, incentivizing leaning to a single mechanic and making juice is tricky to build a healthy endgame around. Can we watch the video now? So So really quick before we go to the video. Posts like this are very misleading. This guy says, for anyone thinking that the ground loot situation isn't that bad, here's what condensing 200 maps worth of rares into one map looks like in loot with an MF character in standard. Thought I'd show off a mediocre map with additional scaling. Per info for my filter, I don't show anything worth 2 chaos or less. Any scarab under 5 Cs are also hidden unless used by myself. This is like, that's misleading. Characters run around with 184 increased quantity, which is good. Monsters are double Nemesis Scarab. No Bismuth's affect this map. No Wisp Scarab. But, like, that's bait. Like, but posts like this are why people blindly follow. Look, and there's people defending it. This is the problem. This entire thread right here is proving the point. I just wish we had other choices as seems right now. I mean, you have choices. You have Blight, Delve, Legion, Delirium, Essence, Alva. I'm sure I'm missing some. Ultimatum, Expedition, Logbooks, Blighted Maps, Harbinger. What else am I missing? Hold on. But you have options. You're just calling you're blanket calling everything tile loot. You have Legion Encounters at Ziri, Uber at Ziri, Uber Elder, Uber Shaper. You have Titanic, Ritual. You have Betrayal. You have Shrines, you have Harbinger, you have Beyond, you have Ultimate. Everything's a tile. You can't just blanket everything in the tile. Like, where do you want the shit to come from? You've not said the Maven farm either? You can farm bosses with Maven? That too many big strategies to remove without new things being added, which hollows out the game. But you have big strats. Keepers invalidated a lot of strategies, and that's not fixable. What did Keepers invalidate? Just smack the mob and have them drop. But mobs on a loot table is a tile. That's the same thing. You love it, not gonna lie? Hell yeah. It's not. Everything's on a loot table. That doesn't spawn from a monster? Keepers, I mean, I've been saying for the last like 3 days that Essence is like listening to that same statement. Ultra, I've been saying for the last like 3 days, if Keepers invalidated Essences, which it pretty much did, buff Essences. Mob loot equals floor loot. But all of these mobs drop loot. But I feel like Travis being constrained because he's seeing a different viewpoint. But if I kill an Essence and I know what the loot table is on the Essence, just because I see the loot ahead of time doesn't mean that it's not ground loot. It just means I know what I'm getting ahead of time. That's the problem? Why is that the problem? What's the chest? It's doppelgangers, guys. What is ground loot? They're defining, to my understanding, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, they're defining ground loot as the mobs in a map that are based on the map and the loot that drops from the basic mobs on a map. That's my understanding of what is the conversation right now, or what ground loot is. That's what I'm saying. Essences are just yeah, you put it in better words than I did. Essences are just predetermined ground loot. From native mobs in the map? Because some of us crazy people want to drop shit from the entire loot table, a div card, a random unique, nothing. Nothing, not something guaranteed. But mirrors can drop from everything. Divines can drop from everything. What more do you want? This is why the best source of essences is not fighting essence mobs, but doing heists. No! The best source of essences is doing essences! It is! The best source of essences is literally running essences. They have been, for a long time, you were 100% correct. For a long time, there were a lot of mechanics like fossils that the best source wasn't the direct mechanic that it was tied to. But they've been fixing that. The best source is the currency exchange? You can't focus essences with boats, to my knowledge. For a long time, the best source was Legion, which I think was a problem. I definitely think that the loot, I'm 100% in agreement that, like, essences should come from essences, fossils should come from Delve, Delirium Orbs should come from Delirium, 100%. Run Legion every single league. I'm telling you, and please go do your own research, that rares from mechanics will not drop you jack shit about the icon above their head again, loot tile. I will go do research on it, but to my knowledge, you do Legion because it's loot tile. Like, if we're using your words, loot tiles, right? You do Legion because you're aiming for the specific icon over their head. Like, that's the whole point. Right? Is that not the whole point? A mechanic should be the main / only source of their items? This wasn't the case before. This wasn't the case before when we had Quant on gear and then people wanted Quant removed. Right? Right? Am I crazy here? Come from drops rather than an inventory windows in the second place. Ritual, mappers, shippers. Play a different game. You remove Quant on gear and then nerfed monsters after that. But they're only doing what people ask, right? The remove Quant, what people wanted. The nerf, what people wanted. Right? Like, that, isn't this the thing that people cried about and they wanted and they wanted and they wanted and they wanted? play a different game? What have I done wrong? What's wrong with that answer? Guy was about to play my 2 hours ago. The entire game is built around launching new mechanics with the given cannons. It's weird that the best way to farm ground loot, like I want to, is to remove every mechanic from the game, because most things that make the loot drop is juicing native vanilla mobs. That goes back to the point I made 2 hours ago. The entire game is built around launching new mechanics with given cadence. It's weird that the best way to farm ground loot like I want to do is remove every mechanic from the game, because the most things that make the loot drop is juicing native vanilla mobs. Can elaborate more? Who asked for stuff to get nerfed? Where do you think the loot came from? What do you think caused the loot to drop? Quant. And then they added things like Arc Nemesis, and it was too tough and too hard, and they took away Arc Nemesis. People want specialized loot tiles, but fail to realize that Legion and Blight and some of the better juice strats would be dead on arrival and mega nukes from the surface of raid class if that was the case. People fail to see the distinction between game design and overload dopamine receptors. What do you guys think is going to happen if more loot drops? And this is the conversation we had earlier. Like, do all of the problems of the game magically go away? It's not inspiring confidence. What did I miss? The same conversation for like 3 hours. Nothing's changed. Onyx, I saw you DM me. I will read it shortly. The anticipated to lose part of the dopamine release in your brain. People need to play D2R. Do you get through both videos? No. No. Oh, don't take it to heart. Don't get upset. You like tile loot. I'm not saying you go play another game. I'm saying if people have a problem, they don't like to go play another game. That one cut a bit, not gonna lie. Cut what? If people don't like it, go play another game. Tile loot's a bad design, it's lazy. I'm not saying you go play another game. I'm using the example of people being upset to go play another game. If I wanted to tell you to go fuck yourself, I'd be like, Guitar Holic, go fuck yourself. Just like earlier, when I made you breaking your balls about you fucking telling me to go farm the pits. I just like farming maps to send ships to get better loot. So don't send ships. Just don't interact with it. But yes, if I wanted to tell you to go fuck yourself, I would just openly tell you to go fuck yourself. Like, I'm not going to beat around the bush here. But if people have a problem and they don't like something and there's not a solution to it, go play another game. But if there's a solution is as simple as don't interact with it, just don't interact with it. Do I think that King's March is great? No, it's fucking stupid. Do I want to sit here and build a town every league? No, it's fucking stupid. Do I interact with it for a little bit? I get bored and fuck off. I think my opinion is taken massively out of context. Well, I just don't understand why you got upset because I didn't think I was actively like yelling at you. But I mean, like, I could just be also, yes, misunderstanding. And I totally, like, if you're actually upset, like, time out. If you're actually upset, then I truly apologize. I was not meaning to, like, actually upset anybody. Assumes me being a bitch? If I thought you were being a bitch, I would tell you you're being a bitch. How many times do you and I ever talk off stream and you're like, hey, you're being an asshole? I'm like, yeah, you're right. Or you were like, even last night, you were like, you would tell me, like, I'm going to tell you. And fucking, what do you mean? It's also a lot harder sometimes to have certain types of conversations when half of it's through text and the other half of it is out loud. Solo self-found game and the trade is not the same. Progression forcing just saying you don't have fastest that give you on the golden plate what you need. Any ground loot is simple currency. Yeah, but solo self-found is a self-imposed thing, right? The game's not the game. They've told us time and time again that like the game is not built around SSF, and SSF is just a self-imposed thing that players chose to want to do. We still love the game and talking about it. I even told you yesterday, it's sad that I like talking about it and watching POE, but it's in a state right now where I know. The problem is everybody's very passionate about it on both sides of the coin, and people like get upset, which is valid. But you have to remember, like, just because I don't like something or just because I look at it in a different way doesn't mean that you're an asshole. Or that just because, like, I don't like something doesn't mean that we should all walk away from each other hating each other. Great that you might not like my opinion on it, and you might walk away, like, some people might walk away from this conversation and be like, oh, he's an asshole. Like, fuck it, whatever. Balance is bad and you die dare, get fucked, you chose the challenge. Hardcore's 100% an ego thing. The gate will always be built around trade. I mean, it's a trade. Is it not a trade game? Hello, homies. What's up, man? You're finally back on PC? Not all of it. Hardcore's totally an ego thing. It's kind of sad, really. Every mod is a self-imposed challenge. Any game with free trades has to be built and balanced around it, not SSF. There was a game built and balanced around SSF, and you know what happened? The community demanded multiplayer, and then all their resources went into multiplayer, and then the game took 10 years to release its next update. I don't know anything about WildStar. Am I good? We're chilling. Mostly. You're showing your LS on screen? My LS? Hide it? What's showing? You sound mad. Anybody who thinks I'm mad or upset's fucking that wrong. My league start build? Anybody who thinks that I'm walking away from this conversation upset, angry, pissed, hating something, you're fucking just wrong. Like, you're absolutely wrong. You don't seem mad at all. I openly say this a lot. I keep a lot of the New Jersey hidden because anytime that we have conversations like this, people always think that I'm just mad as fuck or angry about something or pissed off about something or fucking brain dead because they can't handle confrontation or they can't handle a conversation. This is why I don't do these. This is why I don't fucking sit and watch these videos. And this is why I don't fucking... this is why I don't fucking do this shit. You get heated in these topics? No, I just get to be me. No, I just get to be me. And I get to relax. And I get to have a conversation. And I get to not worry. I get to be me. I don't have to fucking tiptoe around the fucking the nose ring, blue hair, 40 fucking piercing, crying about their spilled macchiato shoelaces that are fucking chewed up by the goddamn dog. I don't disagree with you, Guitarholic. I 100% agree with you. Bring back the basic game. Hey, I got a nose ring. What the fuck? Is it large? How large is it? I feel called out. Did you spill your macchiato this morning? It was a very specific group of people. Are you like... Okay, I have a question for you, Elixia. Are you currently, yes or no, shopping on BeWild.com? I think that's the website. Is that the website? Hold on, I gotta Google this. Is it BeWild? It is. Are you currently in possession of pants like this? If yes, we could be friends. Are they raver pants? I mean, it's a pretty big piercing. I've never seen those now. Really? These are the most comfortable pair of pants you'll ever own in your entire life. Most comfortable pair of pants you'll ever own in your entire life. Bro, we're almost 40. You act like any of these motherfuckers ever leave their house. They do, bro. The most dead-ass, most comfortable pair of pants you ever own in your entire life. I shit you not. They're literally, instead of being Janko jeans, they're just like, yeah, it's the same concept. Been in boxers for a week straight. I wear pants around my house for 2 reasons. 1, my son is home. 2, I stream. When my son is by his mom's and I ain't streaming, bro, you dead ass believe it's boxers and an undershirt. Y'all back? Welcome back. I got piercing and shit, but I'm like the stereotypical crazy blue. I'm not like the stereotypical crazy blue hair pierced person. No. It's like, it's one of these. When we were kids, we called them wife beaters, but I feel like if I said I was sitting in a wife beater, somebody would fucking lose their goddamn mind. They are wife beaters? You wear a tank top underneath a t-shirt. I do. I actually, I sweat a lot, and the undershirt captures the sweat. They're called wife beaters for a reason. Holy. I'm single. I've never beaten anybody. Video time when? Looking? How am I gonna farm in my other game if I have to watch a fucking video and pause and stop? Missy's a sweat lord. Oh, dude, I used to when I was in high school. So I never wore undershirts, and then when I was in high school, I would sweat my nuts off, and I get made fun of. I get made fun of a lot, and a buddy of mine was like, "Yo, why don't you just wear one of these?" And we went to the store because he drove and I didn't drive at the time. Went to the mall, went to JCPenney. He's like, "Yo, buy a bag of these and wear these." You haven't seen me farming anything yet because it's not on that monitor. Because it's not on that. Look, hands free. It's all being fucking scripted. That's why it's called a wife beater? Oh, no. Is that why he has no idea what we're saying? I am perfectly engaged in this conversation. I don't actually have to do anything in the other game. I just have to make sure the macro is running. It's all scripted. The entire other game is scripted. I just have to make sure that it runs. I'm literally staring at the chat solely. I don't even have to play the other game. You don't even know what Snap Studio is about? We made it 7 minutes into the video. And we made it 7 minutes into the video. And he started with, it's 2012 or whatever year it was. I'm farming scarabs, wondering why it comes from scarabs. You chose that. You chose to do that. The ending's worth it.
POE, as we had Alva incursions at their strongest, historic league quantity bonuses still intact, crazy Sentinel quantity steroids that provided some of the most fun and crazy moments of magic finding in POE history. The monsters themselves dropped loot, and you were incentivized to kill as many monsters as you could, and it wasn't just the single rare or unique monster loot pinata meta that we have today in 2026. Every monster was valuable, and every mechanic was valuable, as they had inherent quantity and rarity bonuses. But little did we know this would be the last league we have those. Oh, Kalandra. So let's begin to unpack Kalandra, shall we? Sentinel was a pretty wild ride, and
But party play? I was just actually in a DM with somebody, and I'll leave them nameless, who asked me about party play and my thoughts on it. Listen, I have a lot of respect for a lot of the content creators, Fubgun, Snap, all the boys, right? Like, I might break balls and like be loud and shit, but I have a ton of respect for everybody in the field, right? I have a lot of respect for my colleagues and coworkers, plus or minus one or two scumbags, but the one or two scumbags I will never openly talk about or never give them light of day or talk their names because fuck them. But I have a lot of respect for the people in the field. I do think a lot of opinions, both myself included, is tailored around the idea of what we want, right? And I think a lot of Snap stuff is very good, but I also think a lot of it is approached from the perspective of the way that they want to play the game, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to log in with the boys and play for a weekend, because I do that with you guys. I think it's awesome to log in with the boys and play the game. Basically asking an open-ended question in an indirect way, at least in my opinion. I would believe that.
The rare monsters with the new modifiers are pretty overwhelming to the majority of the player base, and it made content generally very difficult, so we need to pull back a bit, right? If you're
sexist, you're one of the boys! What the fuck do you mean? Goop, goop, goop. I almost did today, but I knew I couldn't run my EverQuest script if I was goop, goop, gooping. This girl's saying sexist. Homie, spoiler alert, you're one of the boys. What the fuck you mean? When Snapscrew had more currency than me after they split since they started playing. Really? That's kind of cool. You're a boy? Until proven otherwise, everyone on the internet is a dude with a dick. Yeah, it's easier to universally gender everybody as one fucking conglomerate blob that's sexless or swinging their penis around like a helicopter. Yeah, it's way easier. Unless somebody specifically says, hey, I would prefer this. Then you got it, homie. You got it. But yeah, in my world, you all look exactly the same, and you're all helicoptering your penis while typing on a fucking keyboard. Hey, I'm a girl? Yeah, and a fucking burnt peanut's a peanut. I know what you streamers do with 14 layers of protection on a webcam. Oh my god. It's like he has a camera in my room. There's a cat VTuber? Hold on, I got you. Wait, hold on. I can be a cat VTuber. Give me a second. Hold on, I got you. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Wait. Fuck you. I got you. He's a cat VTuber. Fuck you. Watch. There you go. Meow. Should make the most ridiculous avatar. Do you think we're gonna finish a POE video today? Absolutely not. We're saving it. What do you think we're gonna do all fucking day tomorrow while we wait for the live stream? Who bought you those? A viewer like 4 years ago. Where those ears come from? Meow. When I had a P.O. box, somebody sent it to my P.O. box.
GGG in this situation, maybe the best way to keep these powerful rare modifiers in the game is just to reduce the number of rare monsters overall and add even more modifiers to the rare monsters. This in theory will achieve two things, right? The rare encounters will feel harder and make you think about combat more, and when you kill the rare, you'll be sufficiently rewarded for your efforts.
That shit, Rob, that? Are you...
That sounds great on paper, right? So let's reduce the number of rares, give them more modifiers, and bring back the loot conversions that existed in the OG Arch Nemesis League implementation. GG took this concept into internal testing and ran into a problem, however. When they were implementing those loot conversions, they noticed that sometimes monsters dropped way more loot than intended from the conversions. And upon doing some digging, they found the culprit, that hidden historic bonus which existed on League mechanics such as Abyss or Alva incursions. That historic bonus was taking those reward conversions, right, and applying that same maybe 10x multiplier to the conversions that were coming out. If you landed these conversion modifiers inside of an Alva, combined with the way the loot system works, you would most likely be generating hundreds upon hundreds of divines from a single monster loot conversion. And this is obviously unacceptable for the core game.
Why? Why is that bad? Why is that? Why? I'm assuming he talks about his reasons, but why?
Right? We don't want to have people dropping hundreds of divines or whatever when they get lucky in an Alva. It's probably a little bit unhealthy. So the solution here is to, instead of not have the loot conversions in the game, we're going to just nerf the historic bonus that existed on all League mechanics. And we're going to compensate the player by maybe, let's say, increasing the number of item drops globally by, let's say, 30% or so. And then now we can finally implement the Arch Nemesis loot conversions into the core game. These changes are the genesis of all of the issues that have been plaguing PoE's item drop system for years now. League mechanics were originally designed with this historic bonus in mind to make ground loot feel substantially better than just normal monsters in your map. It was the primary reason why these League mechanics were worth engaging with in the first place. These changes led to a litany of issues, mainly that Arch Nemesis monsters were extremely unbalanced and your main source of loot, and you were just fishing for those conversions to scarabs.
I mean, you thought loot pinatas are bad. Right. Yeah. But was it GGG who thought loot pinatas were bad? Or were it the players who bitched? Who thought they were bad? Did Grinding Gear Games come out and say that loot pinatas were bad? Or did the community force them to come out and say they changed it? Did they change it because they wanted to? Or did they change it because you're a fucking crybaby? Not you, but I realize that I probably need to emphasize that going forward, I have to specifically say that I'm not saying you as in fucking you. You don't get full conversion anymore? Yes. But who bitched to get it changed? Why was it changed? Reddit. Right. So GGG only did what they were fucking told.
or currency when they happened, because it would drop so much currency when you landed the lottery that it was really no point in doing anything else in the game. It also had a knock-on effect that ground loot that doesn't come from Arch Nemesis conversions is just completely destroyed, and stock League mechanics that aren't juiced up by scarabs are now completely unrewarding when you're looking at it in the context of ground loot. These sweeping changes to League mechanic loot was not announced at all in the patch, and obviously it left players a little bit questionable about what the situation was. The disparity of loot was actually so bad, many people just thought there was a bug. Like,
I do agree in the terms, or in the idea that I'm in full agreement with the fact that I think it's horseshit that shit gets changed, like historic loot bonuses get changed and it's not communicated. I will never go against the notion that like they should have said something. I do think a lot of the big downfall of like trust in terms of the game and the developers and stuff literally started there. I do. And I don't remember, and maybe one of you guys remembers, but did Chris say that he was unaware that that change was like done, or did he say something where like he signed off on it and didn't realize what he was signing off on? It comes okay.
they just couldn't believe that there was this little stuff dropping in Kalandra. There were other changes this patch which also led to a very, very large reduction in ground loot, mainly the absolute destruction of Beyond as a league mechanic. For any new school players, Beyond used to be the most powerful MFing or ground loot strategy, as it would just generate a ton of extra monsters for you to kill, a lot of unique monsters at that, and unique monsters used to have very, very high multipliers on them, so they were very, very sought after. This isn't a problem now, but the original rework of Beyond made it so that you could spawn a boss instantly after you just killed a couple monsters, which would turn off your Beyond. Obviously, that's not very good. The historic bonus, which existed on all of the Beyond monsters, was removed, alongside all of the other mechanics that had their historic bonus removed as well. It now basically can't spawn unique monsters besides the one boss, which was another nerf, and it kind of left Beyond as an absolute shadow of its former glory as a juicing mechanic. So players going into the Kalandra League knew that, you know, a couple of these things were going to be nerfed, but we really did not know how bad it was going to be. We as League players, you know, started to level up our new characters on the League launch, and we heard some rumblings from standard players that the loot situation was very dire, but oh boy, we were not prepared. The Arch Nemesis changes being rolled into the core games, with the monsters being extremely overtuned and unbalanced, coupled with the insane reduction in loot coming from all mechanics, on top of the absolute destruction of Beyond, led to a flood of memes that will never be replicated in the PoE community.
It was all a fever dream. There's no hard mode. There was no quantity nerf.
And we can begin to also look at the double, triple, quadruple, and quintuple down that GGG did in regards to this situation. So the player base is extremely on edge at this point, right? They want answers. There's been the biggest shadow nerf to loot in the history of the game. We had some of the biggest crafting nerfs with the re-implementation of Harvest to trade.
Roar 1, 2, 3, fire damage!
And we had the destruction of Beyond as a league mechanic. The first thing to address is Arch Nemesis rares being too powerful. It doesn't really address some of the complaints that the community was having, in that a lot of these mods are underbaked and untested, and the only thing that we're going to get from them is just a reduction of life on Arch Nemesis rares that are coming out of Essences, Betrayal, and Red Beasts, which wasn't really the problem a lot of players were experiencing, and it felt like a disconnect between the player base and GGG. The next complaint that players were having was about harvest crafting, and that it was just way too RNG to make the items you were having on your builds, right? It was just way too hard for a lot of players. And to address the feedback here, the answer we got was we're just going to be increasing the life force drop rates, with no addressing of the community concerns about the crafts being just extremely RNG and less powerful than they were before. Lake of Kalandra was getting some improvements, but I don't think many people were engaging with the lead mechanic to begin with. But maybe those changes would be good. Everybody everybody was going to wait and see. And we finally arrive at the now infamous historic bonus removal. Chris writes, players report that general item drops feel a lot lower in this expansion. There are two changes we made in 3.19. The first is that the rate of encountering rare monsters from certain league content has been reduced, so you are fighting, killing, and receiving rewards from fewer monsters than before. This is partially offset by rare monsters in 3.19 now being more rewarding than they were before. The second reason is that we removed a massive historic bonus to item quantity and or rarity that applied to some league-specific monsters. We replaced it with a moderate 2 to 3x increase to item quantity to offset the fact that they often have more life than regular monsters and some cannot drop maps. It's once again worth reiterating that the player base had...
Are we going full-time Reddit where this shit game is shit? No, they wanted me to watch this video on the take of what loot was because of it's just interesting and there's nothing else to do. So they were like, watch this. And I've been stalling for 4 hours now about watching it and constantly stopping and engaging in conversation. It's been 4 hours of screaming. Are all games down? What do you mean? I'm playing games. POE is just a hot topic. It just seems to be the thing that most people want to sit and talk about. I mean, there's definitely like 100 people here earlier. And then I started getting fucking New Jersey and everybody ran off scared. Probably one of the worst videos I've seen you watch. I think it's interesting, and I think it's presented from very interesting perspective. Having a cheesesteak? You're chilling? Jealous. Did I do any ground lead testing? I've been sitting here talking to you guys. Dude, I haven't had a problem with loot in years. There's nothing for me to go test. I like the game. What is there to go test? I love the way I'm playing the game. Wish it was more unbiased. I mean, it definitely sounds like it's coming from a perspective of somebody who does like group play. I think he's doing his best to like present it unbiased. I don't know, dude. I don't listen. I like Guitarholic said this earlier, and I'm going to agree with him. I didn't know there was a fucking problem until 2 weeks ago when magically this became a problem. I had no idea that people were having problems or that there was a problem or there wasn't loot. I had no fucking clue. All of a sudden, it was a problem. I'm not usually watching group play overkill loot, but it shows up discrepancies in game system by putting pressure points on them. Yeah, we said it yesterday, and I think it's a really good point. I think it was He-Hulk who mentioned it. Where was this weeks ago and months ago? Because I'm paraphrasing. Supposedly, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, supposedly Balor Mage has a mod that's like a rep for GGG, and they were saying that there wasn't this issue 6 weeks ago when something could have been presented and done for the next league, and now there's this like really weird problem. So like they're like in a scramble to figure out what the fuck is going on, but there's like not enough time. But I guess Octavian has some sort of comments he's going to make on it because I guess they found something. I think in the moment he's only telling a story of what took place. So far he doesn't have a direct opinion, just a roundabout way of saying Yeah.
No idea of these changes at the time. They booted up the league, leveled up their character, was experiencing terrible ground loot, and this is the first time we had ever heard about these massive sweeping changes to the way that loot works in the game. This post was received with overwhelming negativity by the PoE community. How could...
Sorry if I'm skeptical. That's why I say the way I say it, because this is what I heard. I don't know how true this is. Maybe ground loot sucks, so PoE 2 is better by comparison, but ground loot sucks in PoE 2 too, right? Loot's only good in PoE 2 because it comes from the temple, right? The temple's not ground loot. That's all tiled loot. Or loot from a mechanic. That ain't fucking ground loot. All the loot in PoE 2 is from Abyss, Breach, or Temple. Balor Mage did come out and say that he was wrong and misunderstood and misheard. He didn't fucking ride that to the grave. He did come out and say that that was wrong. And I'm also stating that I heard this from somebody in stream who heard this from somebody. You'd be wrong twice. I'm sure I'm wrong a lot too.
Such a massive sweeping change not be communicated in the patch notes to the player. It was, for all intents and purposes, one of the largest loot-related changes to have ever been implemented in the game, and it didn't even receive a passing patch note or anything of the sorts. And a frustration that the community had at the time was that there wasn't any willingness to try and make any changes in that regard. It was kind of just, here's what we did, and this is kind of how it's going to be. The massive historic bonus removal just came as a shock to the general community. It's just, how could they have done this, was the overall sentiment, as you can see from some of these Reddit comments from way back in the day. The next Reddit post to satiate the Reddit dumpster fire would come from Chris in the form of nerfing defensive arch nemesis modifiers, which honestly was a huge W for the community here. A lot of the modifiers were extremely annoying, underbaked, untested, as I keep saying over and over again here, and they ended up nerfing a ton of those modifiers, and these changes were met with much positivity because people really did not like some of these modifiers, with the community still absolutely enraged. And the Reddit,
the fact is they changed so much stuff and don't say anything is they would have a 600-page book of everything they changed this week, but they should do that. Like, they should tell people. Like, what's so wrong about telling? They should tell people. And if it's 600 pages, you know what? You know what though? If it's 600 pages and they tell people and they have it documented that they did this and then people complain, they easily go, we told you, you didn't listen, right? It becomes then more on the player than the company. That's normally the reason devs put top priority changes and adjustments to the known view of the game. No, yeah, I get what you're saying. Every room is a tile. What do you mean? You place tiles of rooms down with specialized modifiers that enhance what you're going to get. Every room is a tile with special modifiers and bonuses. Why is the man's mic booming so much? That I have no idea. I have no idea. Dude, sometimes fixing audio sucks, man. Audio problems suck sometimes. God knows I have fucking infinite audio issues. How can you not understand the difference? Because fuck you. But you place a tile. I know you're joking. But you place a tile in a temple. The tile has mobs built into it. Do you think I'm ready for Traveler? I wouldn't do Traveler without like... How many billions of damage do you have? You're probably nowhere near ready. Box loot style too? Yes. Just one? Yeah. You come back when you're at like 30. Yeah, no, you're nowhere near ready. It's going to cost a lot of FE. Welcome to the game. What? Do eye level 84. Don't do prices gear. You don't do prices gear. You do 80. Is it? Yeah, 86. 86. 86. Yeah, you do 86. You do it in Temple, not in Maps, because Temple has all those multipliers that you just stack to absurd levels. Yeah, but you place the tile down. I know you said in the guide you leveled Twisters, but did you get to 90 with it? Yeah. 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 I got to Maps, started doing Maps, got bored. Looked for Untainted Paradises, did Untainted Paradises, did a bunch of those, got bored, and then looked for people that had Untainted Paradises and joined them in Maps. Yeah. Yeah, you just play Twisters the whole way, man. Or you pay for a carry into Untainted Paradises. That's why all my hardcore characters died, because I just kept doing dumb shit. Thank you, you're very welcome.
Just on fire at this point. Chris would sit down and write a post to address much of the criticism that GGG is receiving as a result of a bunch of these changes in Kalandra. Let me preface these posts by saying I have the utmost respect for Chris Wilson. In the now infamous What Happened with Items Reddit post, Chris would detail exactly how these changes came about, how these changes affect item drops, and what we're going to be doing going forward. It is the most downvoted Reddit post in all of POE history, but frankly, no matter what Chris said here, I don't think it could have satiated the absolute blind rage that the PoE community was blinded with at the time. In this post, Chris details a few of the philosophies that are guiding the changes that came about in Kalandra. Chris also detailed the rationalization behind removing the historic quantity and rarity bonuses that applied to league mechanics here. The critical line is here where he says, as described above, various valuable arch nemesis modifier conversion drops in a way that directly benefit from item rarity and item quantity bonuses. When we were balancing and testing this, we wondered why certain league monsters were dropping significantly more items than regular monsters. It turned out this was due to the item rarity or quantity bonuses that were historically applied to monsters to make leagues feel rewarding. When combined with the new drop conversion system, these bonuses stacked exponentially and caused far too many rewards. So in line with Philosophy 3, they rebalanced the league monsters so that they were now about twice as rewarding as regular monsters and didn't have these existing bonuses. To be clear, the bonuses were inconsistent and arbitrary. For example, Yellow Beast dropped more items than Red Beast, Incursion monsters didn't have any increased quantity, just increased rarity, and Harvest monsters had both. There's also touches on Beyond saying that it is not okay for 15,000 unique items to drop in the same map. The new version is more reasonable, allowing up to one unique Beyond boss per map, which is honestly a gigantic nerf, but it was intentional, and we mentioned in the live stream it was reworked. Chris also expressed expresses regret for not patch noting the item rarity and quantity rebalance changes, which is understandable. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. It's just so hard to catch all of these changes and patch note them properly. But here's where the controversial bits start in Chris's post. Chris said he also overstated the impact of the change when communicating about it in the "what we are working on" post. He said, "We removed a massive historic bonus, and this caused a community to think the impact was larger than it was. The reason why I used the word massive was that the numbers sounded big and viewed in isolation, but are less impactful when viewed in context. For example, the rarity bonus that was removed from a red beast was 750%. This sounds big, but a 4 mod Arch Nemesis rare has a 41,000% bonus. Players have been saying we massively reduced drops, throwing out numbers like 90%, but in reality, a large difference could only occur in the most extreme situations involving Beyond Delirium and Incursion stacked with party, quantity, rarity, sextants, and scarabs, and a dedicated MF Kohler." I think he might be singling us out here. "Every other player is unaffected on average. For example, when playing Breach, the reduction in currency items found is around 7%. In 100% Delirium maps, the difference hits 17%. In Incursion and regular non-league content, you'll find 25% more." So you have to understand, the whole community is telling GGG that the loot is terrible. They've made a huge mistake. There's a massive amount of FOMO going on because of people culling rare monsters for 70, 100, 150 divine. And poor Chris makes a Reddit post, which is essentially like kind of gaslighting the community, saying that the loot is really fine, which the tidbit...
Wait, how is he gaslighting the community? Isn't he providing, like... Are we saying that he's lying? Wait. But is the notion here that he's gaslighting because he's lying? How is because loot was not fine at all. He's saying numbers didn't correlate to what they were seeing, but okay. I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm playing devil's advocate here because I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand here. How can you say that loot is bad when all of your data comes from Reddit or streamers when you don't have access to the same amount of data that Chris Wilson had? Now, do I know if Chris lied or not at the end of the day? No, we don't. You'll never know if Chris lied or not at the end of the day. But to say he's gaslighting when he's providing you like this was this percent and this was that percent and this was this percent and this showed this percent is based on them having all of the numbers and you having granted, I'm not going to say that Snap and Co. don't do their own research and don't come to the table with numbers, but if you only have a quarter of the information, watch and you'll see. I know, I'm just stopping at this particular part, going based on what we see so far.
About saying that there's X% of reduction of items was really what kind of rubbed the community the wrong way, so to speak, and why this particular post was so frowned upon and heavily downvoted at the time. On the topic of Kalandra, Chris would go on to make one last Reddit post about tool-assisted Pantheon mod farming, which did receive a bunch of community praise. Wait, Reddit being a reliable source? How is that a reliable source? This would be the last Reddit post Chris Wilson would make for 4 years.
Oh, you agree with me? Oh, yeah, then it's not. Yeah. It's not.
With Kalandra in the mirror, we need to take a look at the next league, which is going to be Sanctum, which started in December of 2022, just 4 months.
I think Snap and Co. suffer from the same thing a lot of you guys suffer with. They don't see the average player. They don't. I'm assuming Snap and Co. don't deal with the guy that says my cast on crit doesn't work and you ask him if it's turned on and he says yes and it's not. I don't think that Snap & Co. or a lot of streamers deal with that or they put up with that. If you think I'm kidding half, it's a legitimate post in the POE2 help section. It's a legitimate post in the POE2 help section. Guy didn't have his cast on crit turned on. It's a little bit deeper than that. Guy was awesome. Guy was really nice. Guy was super cool. Great working with the guy. Would absolutely help him again. Guy was fucking genuinely awesome. I have nothing bad to say. But, like, I don't think a lot of these guys realize that players like that exist. From what Chris says, only Al can go was not affected. 7% less than any juice, even in solo play, was hit way more. Fair. I think I understand. I think I'm following. But I'm going to go back to my original question. And this is a question. Wasn't all of these nerfs to loot and stuff because people felt that they didn't want loot goblins? So they just nerfed everything like people asked? I think the average player is more like me. It takes a week. The problem is the player who takes a week. The problem is the player who takes a week thinks that they're always fub gun. Because group players were printing way too much. Oh, what? But listen, I've always been for years now under the understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but from my understanding, solo players make infinitely more than group players every stage of the way. That, like, that's my understanding of it, that the top 1% of players, like solo, make infinitely more than any group player. I prove solo players make more than group players in Affliction. Loot's fine, just get good. See, I don't think there's a problem, but I know I'm a minority here. GG basically called out the entire player base that was complaining after the GG stopped interacting with them entirely. I mean, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you fucking stop? I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Some days, like, look, it's not easy some days when you're told every day to go kill yourself or that you like something and people don't like it and that you're wrong. It's very, very, very hard some days to literally log in and want to continue to do shit when you're constantly told that you're the problem. We had guys when POE2 came out. I love POE2. When POE2 came out, every day somebody would come into the stream or come into the Discord in front of people in the voice channel and tell me to go kill myself. Do you know how hard that is every day to hear that? Do you know how miserable it is to want to go into your job or post on something when your job is to be a community-facing person and the people just don't let up? I mean, I don't blame him. There's also a problem with GG telling people that things they're experiencing is not happening with those comms. Look what happened to Adam Fletcher. I don't know who Adam Fletcher is. So all the players are responsible for that behavior? It takes one bad egg sometimes to ruin a good thing. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. Yeah, sometimes it does. Or sometimes you are the thing that snapped, the straw that broke the camel's back. Sometimes you are. Yeah. I'm assuming you don't go to work every day and have somebody come in and tell you to kill yourself. I'm assuming you don't go to work every day and have somebody threaten you. I'm assuming you don't go to work every day and have somebody call your home phone and tell you that you're an asshole. I could be wrong. You might. You might have like a terrible fucking job where people are just the worst fucking thing and I don't know. But if I was a community-facing person and that shit happened to me, fuck them. Am I guilty too? Are you saying am I guilty for people acting a fool, or what am I guilty of? Have I yelled at people out of frustration and rage? Of course. Have I apologized for it? Of course. Have we all said stupid shit and made mistakes? Of course. I've never once told somebody to go kill themselves. I've never once told somebody to go jump off a fucking bridge. I've never once told somebody I wish the worst, most horrible things on them because I was mad at them. I might yell at you and tell you you're stupid. I might yell at you and tell you you're fucking dumb. I might yell at you and tell you to go reevaluate the decisions you're making. But I would never wish ill on somebody. Ever. Never. But some people just don't give a fuck. Every innocent player says that too, but GGG still punishes them. But who feels punished? Who's the innocent player here that feels punished? But who got punished? Nobody got punished. You just had Chris Wilson stop posting on a forum. That's not punishment. That's wait until release notes now. Too fucking bad. Nobody should be subjected to the bullshit that people want to do. If Chris, out of respect to the player base, came to Reddit to answer questions and be a person, but majority of people were scumbags, and he stopped, sucks. Too bad. Too bad. Shit happens. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't continue to post. Fuck that. He stopped me playing D2 early and made me use so many extra hours. It's so annoying. That's so funny. Kindness and respect is rewarded with kindness and respect. Why are they making a game for such players? What do you mean? Elaborate. Elaborate. I'll entertain the conversation. Elaborate. When I work, he is his boss. The minute I sold, I would have gone to the office, went, here's your bonus, pack it up. Give me your D2R gear. But then how do I play off stream? Every gaming community is toxic. It's not just POE. Every gaming community is full of scumbags. It's not just POE. It's people. People are toxic. Also, good day. Hello. POE just used to be less worse. Yeah. Or you're just finally starting to notice it more. People turn a blind eye to things a lot. Bring me back to Sanctusi. What are we writing about today? It's been, dude, it's like 2 o'clock. I gotta go. I'm letting you all know you guys have like 40 minutes and I gotta go. I don't want anybody in 40 minutes to think that I'm running away from this is your 40-minute warning. I gotta go. All respect for Chris, the millionaire who could have spent his entire life in a yacht for keeping things going so much time after he didn't live your life. Yeah. I don't think Chris Wilson had malicious intent at all. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. I don't. And I think we see that with Chris constantly making videos trying to like help people and explain the dev side of things. I've said too a couple times that what if Chris wasn't the problem at the end of the day? You know how like so many people blame Chris, blame Chris, blame Chris? What if Chris wasn't the problem? And that Chris was keeping a lot of the shit in check. And now that Chris is gone and we see a lot of the interesting issues that we see now, it's because Chris is gone. Right? Like, devil's advocate, right? Like, what if a lot of the problems we see is literally because Chris is gone now? And Chris was just keeping the demons in check. Chris mostly wasn't the problem. There's old videos of Chris saying that he wanted 6 links, for example, to be easier, but his partners told us no. Most people think Chris was the problem. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, most people from in my perspective, from people that I've seen and interacted with, most people think Chris was the problem. Yes. Yes. I'm almost positive. I'd have to obviously go pull it up and look for it, but I remember there being talks where Chris would talk about trying to give better balance to the game, and the people he was working with wouldn't let him. And the one that sticks out to me the most was him trying to make 6 links easier, and that's why Scourge League had the 6 link stuff, you know, the tainted fusings, and then after Scourge League they tried to remove them because they felt that they were bad for the game. Isn't that because he coined the term the vision? I'm pretty sure that was a term long before Chris used it. Chris wanted things to be more SSF. I don't think he wanted to be more SSF. No way. He made it based on Diablo. Diablo wasn't an SSF game at all. No shot. That's why trade was trade. There's no shot. Then Chris disappeared and we got Morrigan's. Was Chris still working for the company when Morrigan's came out? Or was he already gone? Why is everybody fighting? If somebody here has an actual problem with anything being said and somebody is personally offended by anything, you, sir, need to go outside and touch fucking grass. Nobody here should be fucking feeling attacked, vulnerable, violated, or have a fucking finger in your ass after anything that's happening. If anybody feels that way, feel free to speak up now to be told that you're overreacting and just stop being a bitch. Take your finger out of your butt. You'll be fine. People are mad because there's this notion that ground loot is bad. And they want an increase and a fix to ground loot. That he was like, just pretend there. I don't know. I'm genuinely asking. People love the game. If people are passionate, they're not mad. Correct. That's why when somebody was upset earlier, we timed out for a minute and be like, all right, hold on. What's the fucking problem? Back up. So current ground loot to me is normal. There was a time where you would play POE and so much shit would explode on your screen, it'd be like fucking Christmas morning. Morgan was in Wild and 323. Scarab guaranteed 324 in the core beast and sellers. Think ground loot is dire, not bad. I don't want an increase. I want a complete rework. I think a complete rework is probably the better line. Absolutely. Yeah, why not? I still want to know what all these people crying about think's going to happen if loot just fucking magically falls out of the sky. Like, what happens when 1,000 divines start falling again? And I said this earlier, and I'm going to say it again. If you're broke right now and can't adapt to right now's economy, if ground loot magically gets better, how do you keep up with an inflation? You think POE's the one is done? I probably, but why? Elaborate. This is a playground for POE 2 content. We've been testing. Yeah, I think POE 1's been a test ground forever. Look at Affliction 5 div Headhunter. And then they complained that when Headhunter was 5 divs, they complained. They complained again that shit was too common, right? Affliction League was just complaining that shit was too common, shit was too cheap, shit couldn't be this, shit couldn't be that. It's mostly time to change things, to shape things up. I also think the complainers a lot of time aren't complaining. It's just everybody's pastime. Complaining is how it is. That's because complaining gets clicks. And people want to be part of the cool kid club. Guys, what's the state of the cast on crit builds in POE? I remember playing cast on crit's insane in POE 1. Cast on crit's fine. Mid-tier people complain. It's always complaining. And then you ask for elaborations. I don't think anybody's opinion is invalid whether they have 40 mirrors or not. I just think people need to understand that, like, the guy with 40 mirrors viewing something under one set of circumstances might not be the best view for the player that doesn't have 40 mirrors. And I think people forget that. And the brogies with A chaos. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting with. It's like Flubgun makes his points and they're valid, right? And nobody's gonna say that Flubgun's points aren't valid. But Flubgun makes his points from the perspective of like a 40 mirror Andy. And then the people that agree with him aren't 40 mirror Andy. So the same things that are affecting Flubgun on certain levels are not the same thing that are affecting you and me. I think a lot of the points that Flubgun makes, like, that affect him and his playstyle, like, have no impact on me whatsoever. Right? And it's not because I don't play, like, and it's not because I, like, don't play the same game. It's because he plays it in a way that is affected by what he wants. $40 mirrors was from us using the big loot mechanics, the other idea people want. That's also why Flubgun doesn't affect the economy as much as people think. There's only waves in the gear that he uses. If people, like if you just ignored what he was using and just don't do what he's doing, like, you never see those problems. You just have to, like, ignore what he's doing. Alan and Go should let them make dip per hour while simultaneously now thinking that removing King's March will be better for them. Yeah, I don't understand how people think removing King's March saves the game in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I have no idea. Should make that video, and it should be from his perspective. That is called feedback. Speaking from the lens of how you enjoy playing the game, not claim you are the bearer of an objective personality. That's stupid. As for people that have no business comparing themselves to Fubgun Fire and Blood, is not really a reason for him to stop exposing his opinion. I don't think he should ever shut up. I don't think he should ever stop making videos on his opinion, because you should be allowed to make your opinion and your voice should be heard, right? Like, I think that feedback is relative. Or relevant? Relevant? Is relevant the right word? Relevance the right word? I think his feedback is very valuable, of course, but it only affects a small set of people, right? Now, to say those people aren't relevant isn't factual. Like, I think even the top 1% juicers are relevant and, like, their opinions count for something. But, like, at the end of the day, the 1%ers absolutely need the casual players, because without the casual players, they can't make it anywhere. You have to actively avoid things he's touching. So even if Fubgun touches an economy or a build or a playstyle, you as the person that's getting affected have two choices. One, take advantage of it, or two, leave and do something else. Leaving sucks half the time. But it's very easy as somebody who's playing the same thing as Fubgun to get ahead of the pack. And it's very easy as somebody who's playing the same thing as Fubgun to take advantage of that. Affliction, good as is, no nerf. Specking into not showing up every map. Cost without enough nerf. Oh, you mean in Breach? The English speakers aren't the economy controllers. It's the Koreans and don't forget about the Russians. The Russians definitely make impact. Can definitely take advantage of getting taken advantage of, though. Do you know how to not get taken advantage of? By doing research and learning and asking questions. Do you know how you get taken advantage of? By being stupid. And by not doing your due diligence and learning and understanding what's coming. If you get taken advantage of because Fubgun's playing a build and you don't know how to get over that hurdle, ask questions. Talk to the community. Talk to your friends. And if somebody tells you that you're stupid, find new friends. If somebody tells you that you're an idiot, find new friends. If people tell you and try to bring you down, find new friends. If your friends are crybaby bitches, find new friends. The problem is too many people refuse to find new friends and would rather just sit with fucking crybabies. How do you find new friends? Find new friends. What if the streamers are like toxic? Find new friends. You choose, like if somebody thinks I'm an asshole, which they probably do, don't watch the stream. Go find a new streamer. You know? Somebody says you play a different game, yeah, if you don't like the opinion of somebody, find new friends. But on the other side of the coin, if you are the fucking problem, and all of your friends tell you you're the problem, and every time you go to a new group of friends and they tell you you're the problem, maybe find a therapist. If GG thinks the player bases are toxic, stop making a game for them. Oh, right, that's what they're doing. If Dota taught me anything, it's I'm never the problem. Penguins give rocks to the ones they love. So a penguin will present a rock, a male penguin will present a rock to a female, and if the female accepts the rock, they're bound for, like, that's like their binding thing. So the notion is to give a rock to somebody that you like or somebody you want to be connected with. See, you're getting it now.
Months after the Kalandra incident, Sanctum fixed a few issues from Kalandra, mainly that loot conversions are now purely random, so there is no telegraphing of what is going to do a loot conversion anymore. So now, in theory,
I love loot goblins, by the way. I love loot goblins, and I think one of the best changes they made was making the loot goblin random so you didn't know what it was. As much as I love seeing a goblin in a map running away, I do think those should be in games and should be very rare special occurrences, but I do think randomizing the loot goblins was really good. If MB adds it, MB adds it. I'm not clicking. If I click on something, I'm just going to get fucking sidetracked again. You can send them me in Discord if you want, if MB doesn't add it, and we can add it later.
every single rare monster you kill has an equal...
Is it still in the game? Are the loot goblins still in the game? Yeah, they're just way weaker now. They're infinitely weaker now. They're pretty much non-existent now.
chance of, doing the loot conversion. This fixes the culling problem that existed in Kalandra. We had more nerfs to problematic arch.
Also, the culling problem that existed in Kalandra wasn't a problem, it was a FOMO. That was never a problem. That was FOMO created by the community, by other people in the community telling people they had to do something a certain way. That's all that was. There was never a problem with culling. The culling was a self-imposed problem by the community because they felt they needed to because TFT or their favorite streamer told them to. You did just fine and found huge amounts of divines without a color.
Nemesis modifiers as GGG continues to iterate and bring down the problematic arch nemesis modifiers. And on top of that, rares now spawn with less modifiers than before, so they're not as annoying to kill, and there's not as many problematic combinations for players. Ground loot is still in a dire state, but there's one singular mechanic holding up endgame magic finding or endgame mapping on stilts, and that is going to be enraged strongboxes.
I'm gonna stop for a second. I do think Magic Find should exist in games. I think Magic Find's a really cool concept. And I think Diablo 2 did it very well. And I think Magic Find is sweet. And I don't understand the distaste for Quant because Quant was just like this awkward Magic Find. And I think they should bring back some form of Quant Magic Find.
Post-Kalandra, we are now in a landscape where, on average, League monsters are unrewarding, but there's one way to inject base quantity onto monsters, and that is Enrage. You simply use the Sextant for 600% base quantity on monsters in the strongboxes, and you add as many strongboxes as you humanly can to your map with the Atlas passives and Scarabs. You choose a map with a good div card, and there's still ground loot. Hooray! Game's working great. Thumbs up.
Wait, what do you mean there's still ground loot? That's not ground loot. The fucking loot's coming from a box. The box is a tile. What? What? The loot's from the mob? But the mob came out the box. Just because what? You had to add the tile to get the mob!
But the problem is that this is now the only way you can inject ground loot into your game.
But it's coming out of the box! The mob is in the box!
They're just holding up the end game on a single mechanic on stilts. So now fast.
But the mob is from the base map. That you put in a box? That's a tile! That base mob in the map wasn't dropping dog shit until you altered it with a special requirement by putting it in a box that is a tile with a modifier on it. That motherfucker wouldn't have dropped loot if you didn't stick it in a box. No, that's not ground loot. That's an altered tile loot where you fucking...
forward to the Trial of the Ancestors League, which came out in August of 2023. Here we get another pair of stilts to stand on when it comes to endgame farming and juicing. With the Ancestors patch, we got a new toy that is going to be the Speaker of the Dead Atlas Keystone passive. It makes it so tormented spirits in your maps can possess players for 20 seconds, and tormented spirits in your maps cannot possess monsters. For those unaware, touched monsters have a significant quantity bonus applied to them, similar to enraged monsters out of strong boxes. With some clever planning and manipulations of ghosts, a new farming meta arise. It's the same divination card farming strategy as we've seen for many years, but now instead of enraged strong boxes, we have to jam as many tormented spirits into the map as possible and infect monsters with that quantity buff. A common theme you'll see here with a lot of strategies post Kalandra is just players chasing.
The website, I literally can't get it. It literally does not load. I'll have to do it later. It just does not load.
The last remnants of mechanics that haven't had their quantity bonus nerfed yet. First, we had strong boxes, then we had ghosts. Later on, we're going to talk about rogue exiles. But it kind of does feel like we're drug addicts just chasing the very last mechanics that drop loot in the game.
Oh, okay.
Overall, Ancestors was a very good league for juicers, but the problem still remained. We have a handful of viable ground loot strategies that are just warped around, injecting as many monsters with high quantity bonuses into our maps. This makes stock league mechanics on average very unrewarding, but at least
stock league mechanics should be like they're stock. If like going into a map and wanting to do every single thing just makes your maps 40 minutes long. Like you shouldn't want what like it's base, it's stock, it shouldn't do anything. What?
there's more than just strong boxes now. We have ghosts. But after Ancestors, we will see the craziest thing that has ever come to PoE. Affliction League came out in December of 2023, and we were absolutely not ready for the clownery that is going to come out of this particular league. GGG really threw out any restraint when making this league. Ghosting was still a strategy of this league, albeit overshadowed by other strategies quickly. Affliction was all-consuming. It didn't matter how bad the base state of the game was, or how unrewarding other league mechanics were, because Affliction—
What? That's false! That's not true! That's not true at all! Other league mechanics, everything else in every other league mechanic was worth a fucking mint on trade.
Was just the absolute craziest thing that PoE has ever seen to this day.
Just because my essence doesn't tink, or my fossil doesn't tink, or my resonator doesn't tink, doesn't make it like, what?
Affliction was popular because it made all mechanics viable. It introduced generic item quantity to literally everything, and when you hit a good Affliction, you wanted to kill absolutely every monster in the map. This made previously weak mechanics for ground loot like Abyss viable, once again because it spawns a large number of rares. But now, with the juiced quantity from Affliction, I'm not going to delve too deep on all of the ins and outs of Affliction, but let's just say our resident Fub Gunner dropped something like 25 mirrors raw on his own and farmed around 80 mirrors in that league. Loot was at an all-time high. Headhunters were just a couple divines in price, an all-time low. With our dopamine receptors fried, we will move on to Necropolis.
So wait, the same people who are bitching that... Wait. We farmed 2 mirrors in 2 days, yeah. Wait, so the same people who are bitching that loot is bad are the same people that were bitching that you can make 30 mirrors in a league from ground loot? Wait, so what do you want?
With our refractory period,
I did 2 mirrors in like 5 days. Yeah, it was like 5 days in total because I was going on vacation and I had to get it done before the vacation. A medium? Okay, so if you add a medium to loot and instead of 20 mirrors, you get 10, the economy still shifts the exact same way. Just instead of it being at the 20 mirror marker, it's at the 10 mirror marker. I want dopamine while feeling I work hard to earn it without having to work hard. So just make everything tink. Adjust your loot filter. Just make everything tink. That dopamine tinking sensation that your brain wants is literally because, like, you got drip-feeded this fucking notion. Like, there's a word There's a word in psychology, and I'm hoping there's some fucking freshman psych major out here that's listening right now, that, like, the only reason that you want these tinks in your brain is because, like, Neversink, not saying Neversink did this, but, like, every time you got something good, every time you got, like, it's like taking the dog and fucking ringing a bell and giving it a treat, right? Like, you were just trained. Tink doesn't change my stash value. But if essences are worth a fortune, then why wouldn't it? You just make it Tink. Just because they're 5C, but you get 100 of them at a time, doesn't mean that it doesn't change your, just like, you could still make it Tink. I'm actually one of those weirdos that does trade for 2 weeks and does SSF runs later on in the league. No, it's still a good, regardless of weirdo or not, right? It's still a good point to make, right? Because, like, you make it as a joke, but, like, it's enough of a joke to make, but people believe it. You should work for GGG. You would fit right in. How so? Wait, what do you mean? I want money? Hire me. What the fuck? Wait, I can go get a job? Bad luck? What do you mean? There's some more stalling content? Yes. Yes. Job in this economy? That's right! What do you mean? In case you wanted to work for them? But I don't want to work for anybody. I want to be a streamer. And I want you guys to shower me in love and affection and bits and subs and watch my videos and pat me on the head and prime me and fucking stroke my ego. What do you mean? Anything is possible? Hooray!
Had not quite recovered yet, Necropolis comes out of left field with a rework to Scarabs and the removal of Sextants. Enraged Strongboxes have been finally removed, and Ghosting has finally eaten a final nerf to knock it out of viability this league. The nerfs aren't so bad though. The Scarab rework brought hope to the Magic Finders and the Juicers of the world because there are so many new combinations to try. Surely I'll be the one to find some super broken strategy, right? It'll be me.
But there was a super broken strategy. It was Blight. It just took you guys 10 years to figure it out.
I'll be the one that'll find the combination. One Scarab instantly caught every Magic Finder's eye. And now we need to talk about the Curation Scarab incident. The Curation Scarab let you pick 10 maps of Divination cards, having them drop as full stacks, and they let you have 2 of the old generic Divination card boosting Scarabs in a single strategy. The Scarab was absolutely one of the most broken things to exist in the league. Later on, players would start to discover how broken Rogue Exiles were in combination with the Curation Scarab, which led to the now infamous 10 mirrors in one day video by Fubgun. In Necropolis, Rogue Exiles were injected into the map via All Flames, but players would soon discover just how powerful Rogue Exiles were after experiencing it in Necropolis. We also have our very first taste of the Meat Sack Loot Pinata meta when Ben popularized to the community just how stupid Unique Monster and Rare Monster modifier stacking plus Tormented Spirits could get. After Necropolis, yours truly ranted about how I generally disliked the new Scarab system, as stock league mechanics felt unrewarding in general, and hyper-specific Scarab combinations multiplied out of control to be too powerful. It becomes a balancing nightmare for GGG, and I still believe that the new Scarab system suffers heavily from this problem to this day. After the dust settles in Necropolis, we will have to move on to the year-long bonanza that is the Settlers League. Settlers started in July of 2024 and was almost open for a full year ending June the next year. We do have a couple massive changes in regards to loot. Item quantity on gear has been removed, but at the time wasn't a big deal as the glittering scarab still existed with increased item quantity. This just means you really just had to pay the slot tax on the glittering scarab. We also saw the reliquary scarab reworked into the titanic scarab. Tormented spirits had their bonuses calandrified, which means tormented spirits are just basically functionally useless now. The divination scarab reworked into the cloister scarab, which no longer provides a generic bonus to div cards. Divination card drop locations also received a massive rework in regards to their drop location and drop pools. In theory, scrying divination cards will allow you to target farm specific cards on your preferred layout, but there's one catch. You can no longer increase the divination card drop rate relative to other items with the removal of the base divination scarab. So while you can scry whatever div card you want and use it alongside any strategy you are using, your divination card drop rate is significantly lower than it was before. There are strategies with pilfering where you inject a bunch of monsters that drop div cards, but it's a complete random grab bag of div cards and isn't really target farming div cards, which was a thing before. With these changes, the targeted farming of specific divination card set has basically been killed off completely. Last thing to talk about in Settlers League was the Titanic Scarab and how dominant it has been for magic finding and just general ground loot. The Reliquary Scarab replacement has been the only thing holding magic finding together for the past few leagues, basically taking the place of enraged strongboxes from earlier leagues. Everything else for ground loot was just kind of bad in comparison. For those unfamiliar, you just stack as many unique monsters in the map with Pandemonium or Rogue Exiles and stack the new pack size chisel, and voila, we have a bunch of loot pinatas running around the map. That's kind of it. You just run from unique monster to unique monster, not caring for a single other thing that is going on, a single other mechanic that is spawning rares, etc. 99% of everything in the map that isn't a unique monster doesn't drop shit, and you find the unique boss or exile and it explodes with uniques like a loot pinata. Titanic has kind of brought back that meta that existed in Calandra where you're just running to the loot pinata, killing it, and then leaving the map. And then that loot pinata explodes with uniques. And this has kind of been the meta for around a year or two now. But Settlers was the first league where the Titanic Scarab really started to be refined as a strategy. And over the next couple leagues, players will take it to their absolute maximum. We now bring ourselves to the Mercenaries League, which started in June of 2025. We have the same powerful Titanic Scarab that existed before, but it's now juiced up with new toys. Number one, we have the extra party quantity from Mercenaries. For every mercenary in the party, you received basically 50% more quantity, which is half a player.
I zoned out. What are you talking? I wasn't even reading chat. I was listening to what he had to say. What did I miss? I saw streamers about to run this conversation. I was not reading. I was fucking knee deep into this fucking video trying to pay attention to it before I got fucking Guitar Holic yelling at me that I'm not listening to it. You know it's coming. People are doomers for anything's announced? Yeah, it's true. You buff loot, market's fucked. I've been saying that all day, dude. I've been saying that all day. Look at this before you go. What am I looking at? It's okay. I don't think anybody's realized that WASD was confirmed either. So, like, we're not only are we going to get a loot buff, but we're also getting WASD. If only people noticed that in the fucking teaser videos like Anti-Valor pointed out. Unbelievable. The Catrian was redeemed? I got you. The shield charge thing? Yeah, he just told us. Also, Hi just joined. Was WASD confirmed? Where's the confirmation on W? Oh, there's a clip of Octavian saying that they're addressing loot in tomorrow's live stream. There's a confirmation from Octavian. There's a clip that's going around where he says they're going to talk about ground loot in tomorrow's live stream. And where was WASD confirmed? It was confirmed right there as shield charges on AAA in the form of WASD. Those are links, though? Confirmed. WASD. Confirmed. True story. Take it. Yep. Confirmed. WASD. Confirmed. True story.
We had new memory maps with pedal abilities, which generated some insane loot explosions and conversions. We also had the discovery of the...
It's not less than 24 hours. It's 24 and a half hours. Isn't it at 3 o'clock Eastern?
Rogue Exile Pokeball strategy with ritual vessels. For those not...
My God.
privy to the Pokeball strategy, the way it worked was you can capture giant rogue exiles in a non-juiced map, then smuggle those giant rogue exiles into a juiced up Titanic Scarab map. Normally when you respawn monsters in a ritual, they have a loot penalty applied to them for each time they respawn. But a small oversight from the devs here is that the loot penalty does not apply to the rogue exiles when they are split from being giant. This let you have a massive number of unique monsters to multiply your Titanic Scarabs against, which led to some of the highest loot levels in terms of uniques that we've seen since Affliction. It's worth reiterating here again that all of these strategies require hyper-targeted niche interactions and scarabs to function. Meanwhile, the base game is still unrewarded since Calandra. While Rogue...
So in regards to the Dorianis thing, my issue vacit with FOMO about not playing it. I don't want to keep making lightning items, but I do feel compelled to do so when it was warping the top end meta, cause that is how I make my money. To be clear, I don't think mercs shouldn't be able to wear it. I just think that they should take more in.
I just think they should take more investment to keep it alive if they're going to allow you to wear it, not just running around with a fully juiced Doriani effect with no investment. Good take. You know, they could have just solved the Doriani thing by making Doriani an activated aura. But I think it's a good take.
Exiles took the limelight as the strategy.
Thank you for clarifying.
Some new creative
bits
sprouted up as a result of the Scarab changes. Some notable shoutouts being the Evolution Shrine farming and Abyss of Hordes. We finally move on to GGG's latest released league, which is going to be Keepers, which started in October of 2025. Keepers is where the years of bad decisions warped around Arch Nemesis finally catches up with GGG. Some notable changes in Keepers was that the Titanic scaling was cut in half, which is obviously a big nerf to endgame farming and juicers. Additionally, generic map mod effect on the Atlas was cut nearly by half. Additionally, quantity and rarity nodes on the tree were also cut in half. The Evolution Scarab was pretty much gutted. The Rogue Exile inherent quantity...
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, Evolution. No, wait, isn't Evolution like the best thing you could be doing right now because it's not functioning the way it's supposed to function? And everybody's farming Alva right now because Alva farming is the most juice thing that you could be doing, and you get like 2,000 uniques in a map? Are we just talking about this so it doesn't get nerfed?
And rarity bonus has finally been Calandrified. Abyss Hordes ate a huge nerf. Tier 17 map modifier bonuses have been nerfed. Risk Scarab has also been nerfed and limited to 1. And then finally, Breach, one of the most beloved mechanics of all of PoE, was reworked into something way more annoying and less rewarding. In terms of ground loot, that is, not speaking about the tree. In Keepers, we no longer had a strategy that holds the game up on stilts. No enraged boxes, no affliction.
No, you have Alva. You found it late. You found it late. The loot, considering the drop is pretty damn bad. Whoa. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Hold on. You're wrong. No, it's not. I have a clip. Listen, if it makes your computer crash, it's not my fault. You live with somewhere you can't afford a good computer. That's your fucking problem. Just because your computer breaks, that's your fucking problem. That's not a... This is a clip. This is a clip 2 days ago.
Yo, what the hell is happening? Hello? Oh.
This is in SSF, by the way. This is in SSF, by the way. This guy's in SSF. This is SSF, by the way.
Ground loot bad though. True.
Money, money, money.
You have the same earphone clips? I know, I took them from your desk. You know this was in Keepers the entire time, right? And you know this wasn't leaked until everybody stopped playing Keepers, right? And you know this only came out after everybody said ground loot was bad, and the people that leaked this only leaked it because people are fucking stupid, and the guy who leaked it didn't know how to keep his fucking mouth shut? 99% of bug? Doesn't matter, it's still in the game. It's not like they're gonna fucking ban anybody for doing it. Literally, somebody kept hearing ground loot bad, ground loot bad, ground loot bad, ground loot bad, and he said, no, it's not, do this. Also, Mr. Sleepy Cat, the EverQuest server is fucking insane. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. So good. So good. Mirror Mafia? Mirror Mafia. Ain't no way. Way. It's so good.
Also, I did play Dorian Merc, within stacking tornado shot lightning stacking. That build was crazy and a lot of fun to both play and build, but
Thank
it
you, the
was
bits
so
again.
silly. I have videos of me deleting Ubers with both the Deadeye and Trickster versions of the build mop Smile Pride 100, not that you can do.
That's awesome. Sleepy, they actually let you use macro quest. So I've been playing all day, fully automated. I've had it running fully automated all day while having conversations about POE. You just have to be present. If you're automating it, you just have to be present if the dev decides to whisper you because you're automating it. You're botting, you have to be present. You have to be at the computer. Because if they whisper you and you don't respond or you don't interact with the dev, it's against TOS. Thank you for the bits again. Also, you can multi-box on this server, and you can have multiple. Classes. And you can rebirth into multiple classes. It's really a lot of fun. It's been great. It's been great. Good time. You can bot, just don't get caught. You said it, not me. Thank you again for the bits!
Your TTS voice is amazeballs BTW.
Thank you! What game is that? EverQuest. EverQuest. You made me a meme. Towel. I didn't see the Fubgun video, so I don't fully appreciate the towel video. Or the towel loot, but I've heard you guys talk about it, so I kind of get where it's coming from. You DM'd me. I love the what's in the box thing. EverQuest, please. I got you. All right, we gotta finish this video because I gotta go.
No ghosting, no curation scarab, no rogue exiles. The game is finally laid out bare, and the players find that the game is just unrewarding at base level. There's a reason this league was received poorly, and it is the years of decisions that are warped around Kalandra and the knock-on effects that have made us arrive here today. If you don't have a niche strategy and or scarab combination to abuse, what is left is the base game, and the players finally woke up to the reality that the base game is in dire need of help. Ground loot in PoE has been in such a dire state since Kalandra, and has just been going from crutch strategy to crutch strategy because everything at a base level is simply unrewarding. It all started with an idea to try to make rare monsters more rewarding and challenging, and what we got was design decisions warped around that end goal that compromised so many other systems in the game. Looking forward, GGG has mentioned they are planning a larger rework to endgame strategies and scarabs, so hopefully we will have new toys to tinker around with and new strategies to explore in the upcoming March League. I've been playing PoE for 13 years now, and I know GGG can always cook up something awesome. I want to thank you all for watching. This video has been a ton of work to put together, and hopefully we'll see you all in 328. Once again, I'm Snap, and thanks for watching.
Good video, good video, good video. Good video, good video. Aligns with Snap here, making ends. On a positive note that he thinks fix the perceived issue. I still don't think there's anything wrong with having to do specialized content, but who the fuck knows? Who am I at the end of the day? All right, listen, this is the plan. I gotta go pick up my son from school. I gotta go take care of things. I will be back tomorrow. You guys are great. So long, farewell, Wiedersehen. I will be back, and we will sit and talk PoE all day tomorrow, I guess, because why not? So long, farewell. Have a wonderful afternoon, evening, and good night. Thank you for the bits, love, tips, and subs. This has been an awesome conversation all day, but I gotta go. Farewell, homies. Goodbye.